Эй, всем привет, дорогие друзья! Сегодня с вами наконец-таки снова я, Кокарь Фантон. Мы продолжаем сегодня прохождение Dragon Age Inquisition. Да, это 11-я, так скажем, часть, между прочим. Если кто не видел предыдущие, чекайте плейлисты. Плейлисты чекайте, вот. А мы сегодня, да, что громко? Что громко? Бля. Ну-ка, ёпта. Да. Ладно, не суть. Сегодня мы... Короче, я в прошлый раз говорил то, что мы продолжим, на чем мы остановились, да? Но я как бы хотел чекнуть коллективную игру. Вот. И мы сейчас на нее и посмотрим. Но больше чем уверен, то, что людей в ней явно мало найдется. Кого? Так, тут, во-первых, не все персонажи разблокированы. Хранитель, это типа... Ага. Кого? Ого. Слышь, ёпта. Короче, воин, разбойник и маг. Нам доступны 3 класса, по всей видимости, которые здесь и есть. Не знаю, мне всегда казалось, что они влияют как-то на основную игру. Но раз уж мы играем за мага в основной кампании, давайте поиграем за лучника с ДЗ. Хотя я бы хотел по большей части сыграть, наверное, за женщину-воина, но раз уж классы недоступны, давайте за женщину-лучницу. Около 10 минут. Угу. Да. Допустим. Сейчас узнаем, сколько там персонажей у нас. В смысле игроков, в принципе, в онлайне находится на серверах Dragon Age. Игра какого? 13-го года? Да? Ну, не точно, не помню. Не помню, но не суть. В общем, мы просто сейчас чисто посмотрим, что это за коллективная игра. Мне всегда казалось, что она действительно должна как-то влиять на основную игру. Там, допустим, запасы, припасы, все дела. Выполнение миссий, да, допустим.
Agent, welcome to the Inquisition.
Здорово.
It's good to have someone of your caliber join us. Between the demonic hordes, cultish magisters, and Templars gone wrong, we can use all the help we can get. While the Inquisitor deals with tears in the fabric of the world, it's our job to hold the line and eliminate threats with extreme prejudice.
Кого, блядь?
You will get to see an expert marksman at work, deadly at range, and a canny survivor. So keep quiet, and you might just learn something. Agent, you're on point. We've confirmed hostiles up ahead. Do what you do.
Бля, я забыл, тут как бы же есть эти самые... боты. Боты тут тоже присутствуют, и по всей видимости это и есть боты. Прикольно. Как мы хоть... Это... Кого, блядь? Это лучница? Одессийский. Сука. Ай, короче, тут... Лили, лучник. Допустим.
Wow.
А где выстрел?
Keeping at range is tricky, but much easier if your enemy can't advance quickly. Watch and learn, recruits. The joys of modern alchemy mixed with a classic delivery method. Progress, recruits.
Чего,
Enemy
блядь?
rangers. Pain in the ass. Try to force them to you by blocking their line of sight, or just advance undercover.
Короче, окей, я понимаю, мы играем за агента Инквизиции, но...
That's really quite amazing.
Короче, ну ладно, давайте пройдем до
That's
конца
really
уж,
quite amazing.
раз начали. Даже с ботами не... Сука. Пошел тут. Но это, по идее, онлайн составляющая игры. Да уйди ты, блин. Ну-ка, блин. Блять.
Look there! Some areas of the operation require particular skills to open. Sadly, these recruits are still figuring out which end of the sword is sharp.
Да погоди, а туда там проход есть какой-то. Бля, а чё-то как-то, ага. Я хуй её знаю. Ну, типа, персонажи здесь движутся намного медленней. Золото опыта, по всей видимости, тоже дает.
Gear is shared across all your allies, as are the potions. Anything you don't think you'll use, you can salvage for materials.
По всей
To
видимости,
broaden your
тоже дает
roster of allies,
меньше.
watch for their armor in your requisitions, or break down the gear you don't need and craft the armor yourself. If you have the armor for another agent, they'll join you, and you'll be able to take them out in the field. Times might be desperate, but no one's fighting naked. Not even the Avar.
Да я понял. Окей, тут можно типа передавать между персонажами броню, оружие и все такое прочее. Ну, бля, а как их открывать? На карты. Карты тут тоже нет. Скиллы тут. Ну, блядь, короче, интересно, но я думаю, тут что-то куда более стоящее. Эй, бля.
You have healing potions, but only a few. Use them carefully.
Так это обучение? Ой, бля. Ну, как минимум, на паузу здесь не поставишь. Да. 15 опыта. Урон тут тоже не в себя, так скажем, да? Блять. Я хуй знаю. Но прыгает персонаж так же, как и в одиночной кампании. Круто. Нет. Найдите дверь. Это не... Это дверь. Вот эта дверь.
Patch up where you can between objectives,
Cool.
recruits. If you burn through all your potions, you might not make it back in one piece.
Кого? Чё? А как зелье-то восполнить, или? В смысле, блин? Так ща. Погоди, это же кунарь. А? На. Да иди ты в жопу. Топ-топ-топ-топ-топ-топ. Да где ты, блядь? Вот сука. Ты заеб.
I may be able to help. Wow.
25 золота, прикольно. Вау. Сука. Допустим, мы сейчас
I
пошли.
think I see something.
Думаешь? Да блять, я... Тут нет
Over there.
радара. Окей.
I'll give it a go.
Чего? Временно задание? Серьезно?
This makes me uncomfortable.
Чё?
I do wonder what I could have done better.
Кого, блядь? Вы чё, ёбнутые? Что за... Пиздец. Так, ладно, хуй с ним, сейчас доделаем, чтобы это ни было, и валим отсюда нахуй. Пиздец. Я ждал не это.
Wow. My
Вот сука. Это люблю.
I do fear I'm dying.
Да как хилки тут восполнять? Что за бред? Да.
Hi. Wow. Could I trouble you for help?
Ебать. Да уйди ты нахуй. Блять, еще и ты, сука. Ну что-то... Отвалите! Блядь. Да беги! Блин! Ну, типа, по всей видимости, да, тут сделан уклон на то, чтобы мы... На то, что мы не играем не за какого-то там главного персонажа, да? Типа...
Could I trouble you for help?
О, хуй. Да почему он их не бьет? Почему меня-то, ёпта? Отстань.
I do fear I'm dying.
Ну, типа, персонаж не умирает. Я хуй его знает. Да уйди ты, блядь. Я Робин Худ. Суча. Бей его, ну. Опс. Еба. Да.
I do fear I'm dying.
Да попизди мне, ты бессмертный. Что за бред? Какого хуя? Нихуя не понял, но очень интересно. Зелье, блядь, как восполнить? Что тут в конце этого и, короче, этот...
Over there.
Босс по-любому в конце.
Let's see. Here.
Что? Нормально.
Over there. Let's see. Here. Hi. Wow.
Но это золото, по всей видимости, идет как раз таки в коллективную игру. Просто я не думаю, что такое количество золота шло бы в основную игру. Это было бы очень странно. Сука. Чё там? Оу.
How is this going so well?
Кого победить? А ничего, что враги через стены хуярят? Это нормально? Пиздец.
That's really quite amazing. That's really quite amazing.
Да отъебись ты, бля. Бля. Да отъебитесь. Ну-ка, шабля. Нихуя ты, могила ваш, блядь.
How is this going so well?
Пиздос, какая же кривая хуйня. Я ебу. Да съебись ты.
I don't mean to complain, but this pain is quite severe. Might I trouble you for a little healing?
Чувак, нахуй череда.
I do fear I'm dying. Not bad.
Получить пример.
Nicely done, Agent. Recruits, I hope you were paying attention. That is how the Inquisition does, right there.
Хуёвая
Now get home and
инквизиция.
get fed. They've got this bloody awful ham that needs eating.
Чего, блядь? Там же еще, типа, можно было установить один факт, да? Но, по всей видимости, как минимум здесь нельзя настраивать персонажа. Он тебе дается, ты выбираешь класс, он тебе дается рандомный. Ай, бля, хуй-то. Шо то хуйня, шо это хуйня. Лучника мы прокачали, окей, я понял. Ваш рекорд 20 минут. Спасибо. Все? Это все? Способности. Кого открыть вкладку магазин? Если такая вкладка, я серьезно. Ебучий случай. Обнаружен 46. Зелье здоровья. Я в ахуе. Ну, окей, я понял. Чё, все? 207 золота. Ага. Зелье, платина. Серьезно, блядь? Че, ёбнутый? Ебать, купи. Да. Как-то в Dragon Age Inquisition, по-моему, не особо жаловались на лутбоксы, да? Но они здесь есть. Их отсюда никуда не убрали. Еп. Погоди, это что получается? Где? Ну-ка. Сотка, да? Допустим, какой тут самый дорогой? 150. 150. Ну, допустим, 150 ебануться. Да пошли мне. Че ебнутый, что ли? Это пиздец. Создать игру, способности, ремесло, инвентарь, оружие, луки. Ну-ка, на-ка. Красавец. Ну, типа, персонажа изменить. Сейчас, ладно. Легкие, хуй, средние, окей. Аксессуары. Целительный пояс. Да бери, чё, мне не жалко. Я просто уже больше, в принципе-то, не собираюсь в это самое. В коллективную игру играть. Да, ну ты, да бред. Пиздец. Ебануться. Доступно одно очко. Угу. Спасибо. Прикольно. Прикольно. Нет, на самом деле нет. Хуета еще там. Что? Зелье? У меня есть зелье. Стоящееся к электричеству. О, да, в пизду. Ничего я тут не собираюсь настраивать. Нахуй оно нужно. Ну тут типа да, тут можно... Подожди. Чего? Списки лидеров. Друзья. О, у Сани 51 очко престижа. Ебать. Бля. Погоди. Выход на арену, описание. Какое в жопу описание? Те ебало изменить можно? Способности ремесло, быстрая игра. Окей, я понял, нихуя тут ничего. Короче, ничего интересного. Коллективная игра в Dragon Age Inquisition. Хуйня. Да, такой себе. Но в основной компании, насколько я помню, нас-то особо-то нет самое. Ага. Вы меня поняли. Ну, в смысле, ничего особого такого не осталось, да? Мы еще где? Мы сейчас в морозной котловине. Окей. Кого, блин? Окей, заявка. Запретная здесь... Чего? Окей, понял. Заявка. Священная равнина. Окей. Заявка. И тут... Опа. Блять. Короче, в изумрудные могилы погнали пока, да? О. Да иди ты. Ну. Окей, я понял, что это за бред. Я понял, что за точка. Допустим, переместиться, окей. Бля, хули я такой красный, бля? Что за бред? Ты знаешь, я тоже не знаю. Должно быть это все из-за коллективной игры. Да. Ебать, вообще хуйта какая-то. Погоди. Блять. Ебать. А хуй ничего не меняется-то, ебаный рот. Нет, ладно, хуй с ним, пускай так. Допустим. Темно, да? Темно слишком. Блять. Ладно, хуй с ним, сорян, но пускай будет, ладно, вот так. Изумрудные могилы. Карта сторожевого прохода. Я, чтобы экономить и свое и ваше время, я просто... Карта сторожевого прохода, вот, да. Где, блядь? Опа, нихуя. Ебать. Еще разок. Кого, блядь? Че нахуй? Здесь. Правильно же? Ну да. И чё, и где, блядь? Мост. Чё? Чё? Чё, блядь? В смысле? Кого нахуй? Какой жопу мост? Чё? А, тьфу ты, ёпта. Нихуя себе. Окей, я понял. Блять, не туда пошел вообще. Подожди. Вот он, этот мост. А конкретнее чуть. Где-то вот здесь. Ёпта. Ко мне уже иду. Ага, там я хуй. По-моему, переберусь, да? Да. Ну да. Хуй с ним пошли. А куда пошли? Тут даже в обход пойдешь. Сюда иди. Давай быстрее, блядь. Ну? Чё нахуй? Какого ху... А чё она не отмечается-то, блядь? Нихуя себе. Интересно. Угу. Охуеть. Охуеть. Просто пиздец. Здесь что? Угу. Да, это проебано, короче. Так, погоди-ка. Священная равнина, допустим. Священная равнина. Да похуй. Я просто сейчас эти сокровища найду по Берику. А потом мы перейдем непосредственно к сюжету. Наконец-таки. Охуеть. Чё и где? И где и чё? Чё за нахуй? Так, карта Халинсулана. Окей. Угу. Где? Отъебись. Нихуя себе. Это здесь. Допустим. Мне, во-первых, просто впадло искать чисто по картинкам и все такое. Во-вторых, я, в принципе, уже не помню локации добром. Так что навряд ли. Короче, это в любом случае заняло бы очень много времени, так что так намного быстрее. Да уйди ты. Окей, другой вопрос, как туда подняться, блядь. Окей, нашел. Чё, блядь? Да уйди ты. Ну это наверху, окей, я понял. Еще выше. Ну. Бля, в них же особо-то ничего нет такого, ёб твою пиздец. Карта Иннавуриса. Окей. Блять. О! Блять. Далийского лагеря на север. Эх, ёб твою. Тибись. Чу-чу-чу. Ага. Где-то вот здесь, блядь. А в том районе, в смысле. Ну, давай попробуем. Сука. Да, блядь. Бля, тут же не пройдешь. Хуёво. Хуёво. Да прыгай, блядь. Ёбаный рот. Чё за типы? Свои. Пиздец. Да пошли нахуй. Блять. И чё? Опа. Ах, ты же... Ай-яй-яй, колонн. Прикольно, прикольно. Так, стой, куда я, блядь? Подожди, священная. Кроки. Кроки, кроки. Кроки, 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 реки, ага. Пиздец. Допустим. Еще где-то здесь. Ай-яй-яй. Да, блядь. Погоди. Если я нашел все осколки, которые, в принципе, были на тех локациях, которые мы обследовали, значит, сука, что еще локации появятся, да, ну нахуй. Пиздец. Окей, ладно, и короче, у нас что? У нас остается, блядь... Ну, это провалено сразу. Это заявки. Заявки. Заявка. Заявка. Путь инквизитора. Короче, все. Да, наконец-то, аллилуйя. Мы переходим непосредственно к сюжету. Ёпта, пиздец. Перемещаемся. Отмена, погоди. Перемещаемся сначала сюда. В черный магаз. Магаз черный магазин. Чтобы изменить мордашку, которых в принципе не видно.
I have quite an extensive library on the history of
В принципе, если у меня
magic.
отросла борода, то и у персонажа тоже. Да,
It's back
печально
there,
то, что...
somewhere. I think I haven't been able
как
to
его?
turn my head to look for 2 centuries.
То, что тут нет такой шляпы, как в Ведьмаке, то, что волосы постепенно отрастают. Но это перебор. Это... Вот что-то наподобие это будет, наверное, ближе к концу игры, мне кажется. А может быть и вот что-то такое. Окей, ладно, это пока рано. Ну, таки.
You leave me no choice.
Погоди, я вложу. Сука. Ну вот, давай, что, нормально. Нормально.
At least no one will point and laugh.
Так, ладно, погнали в Skyhold. Это заебал. Окей.
I asked Mother Giselle, and she said you're wrong.
Probably. Does it matter? They're just stories. We fought demons.
Нормально.
They're real. And
Упс. Извиняюсь. Так, что у нас тут? Ничего. О! Чё? Дела.
Inquisition.
Допустим, схема та же. Настройки, бла-бла-бла, вся хуйня. Изменить. Время чпоньк, изменить. Чпоньк. Чпоньк, чпоньк. Это же с медведем что-то связано, да? С медведицей. Подожди, она же разве не должна быть где-то в Скайхолде? Хотя навряд ли, наверное, да? Ну и все. В принципе, у нас ничего не осталось, только, да. Эм, 15 От 12 до 15. Почему бы и нет?
We have to reach the Empress before Corypheus. The only question is,
Очень вовремя.
how?
We know how. I have our way in. The real question is, where is our enemy hiding?
Да хуй его
At the
знает.
urging of Grand Duchess Florian, the Empress is holding a ball. Absolutely everyone will be there. During the festivities, Celine will be meeting for peace talks with usurper Duke Gaspard and Ambassador Briala.
The assassin must be hiding within one of these factions.
Do we need to go to the peace talks? The Empress must have personal guards. We could just warn her she's in danger.
We've made the attempt, but
It seems that our messages never reached her. Someone intercepted them.
It's better that we don't leave this to chance. If Orlais falls to Corypheus, no land is safe.
What do we know about Duke Gaspard?
The man who would have been emperor. He's Celine's cousin, and was first in line to inherit the throne when Emperor Florian died. Celine outmaneuvered him. She won over the Council of Heralds, who hold authority over title disputes. She became empress, and he a general in the Imperial Army. He's well loved by the troops. He's also a chevalier. Most of their number sided with him when he turned on the Empress.
Aren't the Chevaliers part of the army? Why would they follow the Duke?
Most chevaliers are sworn to serve the crown, but that does not give them faith in the person wearing it. The Empress has tried to improve relations with Ferelden and Navarra. The Chevaliers see her as anti-military. They believe Gaspard could lead the Empire back to the glory of Draken's expansion years.
Who is this Ambassador Briala?
An ambassador in name only, she has organized the elves of Halam Sharal into an underground army. The Empress invited her to the peace talks in a bid to gain the elves' alliance in the war. That would be scandal enough, without the rumor that Briala is a jilted lover of Celine's. A personal grudge and a network of saboteurs at her command. Promising lead.
Wait, the elven leader is a jilted lover of the Empress?
It's not widely known. Just a rumor whispered among the palace servants a few years ago. If it's true and were to get out, the Empress and an elf. The scandal could destroy Celine's court. Even if a lie, Briala could use it to blackmail the Empress. She has some connection to the throne.
Hmm?
Tell me everything we know about the Empress.
Empress Celine is a renowned diplomat and reformer. She works tirelessly to secure peace for the Empire. Unfortunately, many Orlesians view peace as complacency. She has yet to name an heir, leaving the future of the Empire in doubt if anything happens to her. Especially when the next in line is her cousin Gaspard, who's made few friends on the Council of Heralds.
Celine is surrounded at all times by countless guards, courtiers, servants, and vassals. What better place for an assassin to hide than the Empress's own household?
How can Gaspard still be next in line while he wages war against his Empress?
The title Grand Duke indicates that he was a prince before the Empress took the throne.
Окей. Понял,
You've given me
принял.
plenty to think about.
With Gaspard and Celine's armies entrenched, we cannot openly march troops to the palace.
My agents will ensure your soldiers get inside. But it must be a few at a time to avoid attention.
Understood. Just give the word, and we'll begin.
Окей. Так погоди. Я не... Так, ладно, давайте пока сделаем перерыв небольшой. Минуток на 5. И как раз таки продолжим. Я хуй знает. Ладно, давайте. Окей, погнали.
The political situation in Halam Shiral hangs by a thread. The Empress fears our presence could sever it. The Grand Duke is only too happy to have us at the ball as his guests, so our invitation comes from him. Whether we act as his allies or upset the balance of power, he gains an opportunity, if not a clear advantage.
Нормальный такой типок, по всей видимости.
Inquisitor Trevelyan, it is an honor to meet you at last. The rumors coming out of the Western Approach say you battled an army of demons. Imagine what the Inquisition could accomplish with the full support of the rightful Emperor of Orlais.
Согласен.
I can see many benefits to such an alliance.
Keep the image firmly in mind. We may see it materialize by the end of the evening. I am not a man who forgets his friends, Inquisitor. You help me, I'll help you. Prepared to shock the Assembly by appearing as the guest of a hateful usurper, my lord? They will be telling stories of this into the next age.
Can't imagine that crowd has seen anything better than us in their entire lives.
I knew we would get along famously, Inquisitor. As a friend, perhaps there is a matter you could undertake this evening. This elven woman, Briala, I suspect that she intends to disrupt the negotiations. My people have found these ambassadors all over the fortifications. Sabotage seems the least of their crimes.
That sounds like something I should look into.
Be as discreet as possible. I detest the game, but if we do not play it well, our enemies will make us look like villains. We're keeping the court waiting, Inquisitor. Shall we?
Погнали.
Is that the Inquisitor?
A mage? No, there must be some mistake.
Чё я
From
сказал?
the Circle of Ostwick, so they say.
There must be something here.
Maker, what am I going to do if I cannot find my ring?
Is this the ring you were looking for?
You are a treasure! I cannot believe you found it! You have saved me a lifetime of mortification. How can I thank you enough?
А чё? В смысле? Отблагодарить, да.
I can hardly believe Gaspar and Celine are in the same room. Is that the Inquisitor?
A martyr? The Maker has an odd sense of humor. Is it true the Inquisitor was handed out of the Fade by Andraste?
А, серьезно, здесь ХП отнимается. Интересно. Да еб...
foreigners.
Тут, сука.
Any word from the front lines?
My spies said the bodies were beyond counting.
Surely the Empress will put an end to the war tonight.
Pray, my friend. If the Maker does not hear us now, just pray.
И чё? Нихуя не понял. Но очень интересно.
Lady Nightingale makes me nervous.
We can only hope Celine prevails tonight. Gaspard will ruin us all.
Короче, синий экран смерти вылез. Слишком часто в последнее время, если честно. Короче, нужно проходить Инквизицию. Вот. Чё у меня, в принципе, сейчас что? Инквизиция, Dark Souls 3. Ну, нужно пройти Инквизицию, а потом я буду сносить систему и переустанавливать. Потому что, насколько я понимаю, Dark Souls, в принципе, уже можно начинать заново. Угу. Чисто так, держу в курсе. Скамейно. Хуй.
Where has that servant gone? Elves, always shirking their duties.
Блять, уже другой был. Прикольно. И чё, я ради этого сюда так рвался?
What is Gaspard up to? Wouldn't surprise me.
Does anyone have a report on the casualties in the days?
Да уйдите. Дворцовый сад. Так.
Are all the Delancey's here?
Maker, I hope not.
There must be something here.
Еще и каприз, да ёпта. А в какой фонтан кидать? Ну хуй знает.
only hope Celine prevails tonight. Gaspar will ruin us all.
Что, точно все? Да хуй с ним.
Inquisitor, a moment, if you please. I must warn you before you go inside. How you speak to the court is a matter of life and death. It is no simple matter of etiquette and protocol. Every word, every gesture is measured and evaluated for weakness.
Don't they sound delightful? I'm shocked we haven't invited the court to dinner at Skyhold.
The game is like Wicked Grace played to the death. You must never reveal your cards. When you meet the Empress, the eyes of the entire court will be upon you. You are safer in the Fade with the Fear Demon.
It might be a good idea for the others to hear this warning. Cassandra is usually not the subtle or cautious type.
I'll have a few discreet words. Everything will be fine. Andraste, watch over us all.
Ну да, ну да.
Gaspar never struck me as pious. You must think he gained some military advantage with the Inquisition.
The guest wing is not open to the public at this time, Inquisitor.
Interesting. Good to know.
Кого?
How can they go?
Waste of time.
Как скажешь.
If nothing else,
How could
the
the Empress
Inquisition
afford
back
to
in
renovate
Gaspar
the palace
makes Celine
with a
nervous.
war going on?
You know how
I
pious
heard
she
that
is.
it wasn't renovations at all. The palace was damaged by Gaspar's catapults.
He fired on the Winter Palace? That's monstrous.
I heard Celine was having the entire wing redecorated. But the timing is atrocious.
The sooner we go in,
Why would
the
she do
sooner we
such a
can
thing
get this
now?
over with.
Shit. I just saw two dwarves from the Merchants Guild go inside. If anyone asks, I'm not here.
It will take some time to get our men into the palace.
Can Gaspar take the throne without the backing of the Council of Heralds?
He plans to take it by force. If the council won't recognize him, he'll march against it.
Who
Вот и
does
гном из
Mortimer
гильдии.
favor in the negotiations tonight?
Да еб.
How long can Orzammar hold out with trade disrupted?
We have reserves of food supplies to last a few months, but the king wants trade resumed before panic starts.
Да блин. Да еб. Не понял. Да в смысле?
Why are there so many elves here?
The Empress invited.
Что-то я не то сделал. Ну да ладно.
And now presenting Grand Duke Gaspard de Chalon, and accompanying him, Lord Inquisitor Trevelyan of the Ostwick Circle of Magi. Vanquisher of the rebel mages of Ferelden, crusher of the vile apostates of the Mage Underground.
This guy writes better fiction than I do.
Champion of the Blessed Andraste herself.
Did you see their faces? Priceless.
Accompanying the Inquisitor, Seeker, Cassandra, Allegra, Portia, Calogera, Philomena.
Get on with it.
Pantagast, 14th cousin to the King of Navarra, 9 times removed. Hero of Orlais. Right hand of the divine. Renowned author, Tharic Dethras. Head of noble house Tethras, Desher of Kirkwall to the Dwarven Merchants Guild. Warden Blackwall of Valchevan. Constable of the Grey. Bearer of the Silverite Wings of Valor. Sir Callan Stanton Rutherford of Honleith. Commander of the forces of the Inquisition. Former Knight Commander of Kirkwall. Lady Liliana.
Cousin, my dear sister.
Grand Duke, we are always honored when your presence graces our court.
Don't waste my time with pleasantries, Celine. We have business to conclude.
We will meet for the negotiations after we have seen to our other guests.
Inquisitor?
Lord Inquisitor, we welcome you to the Winter Palace. Allow us to present our cousin, the Grand Duchess of Leeds, without whom this gathering would never have been possible.
What an unexpected pleasure. I was not aware the Inquisition would be part of our festivities. We will certainly speak later, Inquisitor.
Your arrival at court is like a cool wind on a summer's day.
Let's hope the breeze does not herald an oncoming storm.
Even the wisest mistake fair winds for foul. We are at the mercy of the skies, Inquisitor.
Okay.
How do you find Halam Shiral?
I have no words to suffice. Alam Shiral has many beauties, and I couldn't do them justice.
Your modesty does you credit, and speaks well for the Inquisition. Feel free to enjoy the pleasures of the ballroom, Inquisitor. We look forward to watching you dance.
О, да.
Inquisitor, a word when you have a moment.
Sure.
Tell me, Yvette, how are Mama and Papa?
I don't like that, Grand Duke. Nobody should own as many hunting dogs.
How can you believe the Inquisition fill its ranks with apostates?
I had hoped to tour the Royal Wing Gardens again.
I have heard they are the finest in the Empire. Such a pity.
Yep. Чё?
Good.
Блять.
I was hoping it would catch.
Подожди. Отстань.
I've had dealings with her.
Отстань, погоди. Рано. Я думал, туда просто можно пройти, а что-то мне это самое, ага. Пока рано.
Does anyone really think the war will end tonight?
The Empress says. Laurent was the love of my life. Perhaps we can speak later, Inquisitor.
Да, ну ладно.
Can I get you a drink?
Please. Inquisitor, did you need something? The sooner we track down this infiltrator, the better.
Да.
Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary?
Nothing that stands out. I doubt there's a single person here without ulterior motives.
Do you have any advice?
Orlesian's social events don't fall within my area of expertise. There are a few here we can trust. Be careful.
Okay.
Who do you think the Inquisition should support?
Gaspard's claim to the throne is fair. Orlais needs someone capable of responding to the crisis at hand. A military-minded leader seems the best option.
Согласен.
You've attracted a following. Who are all these people?
I don't know, but they won't leave me alone.
I take it you're not enjoying yourself.
At this point, the headache I'm developing is preferable to the company.
Ой, да ладно.
We'll talk later.
I await your signal.
Не ной.
What were they doing in the western approach? It's a wasteland.
Здравствуйте.
Are you happy to see me at all? Josephine! Oh, Josephine! Is this him?
Inquisitor, please allow me to present to you my younger sister, Yvette Gabriella Montillier.
Delighted to meet you, Lady Montillier.
Inquisitor, I've heard so much about you, but not as much as I want. Josephine writes, but she never tells me anything. Is it true? Rebel mages in Redcliffe were performing blood rites and orgies before you stopped them.
Where did you hear such nonsense?
Everyone in Antiva says so. Is it true?
Конечно.
Of course. Every word. Especially the parts where everyone was nude.
I knew it.
This may be my only chance to hear about when Josephine was a girl.
Oh, yes. As she told you about when she was 10 and...
Yvette, stop.
Fine. What about when we were climbing the cliffs by the...
No.
She once told the Duke of...
Absolutely not.
She still plays with her doll collection when no one's looking.
Yvette, that's absurd. Absolutely preposterous.
Okay.
Which power should the Inquisition throw its weight behind?
Celine has held the throne successfully for years. I see no profit in ousting her.
Да схуя.
Gaspard has run military campaigns, but never a kingdom. His transition would be, let us say, chaotic.
Да нормально.
Which power should the...
Celine... Gaspard has run military campaigns, but never a kingdom.
Enjoying the ball?
I see many of...
The dancing is so dull, your worship. But the Empress's gallery is magnificent.
Yvette.
Sorry, Josie.
Go on, Josephine.
Half Royal must be empty. So many of the Empire's finest are in attendance. They've noticed the Empress paying you special attention, but they don't quite know how to take advantage of it yet. This uncertainty won't last long, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Tell me about yourself, Lady Yvette. This is the first time I've encountered any of Josephine's family.
She would forget to mention the artists. I've been studying painting under Antiva's royal tutors. You should be proud, Josie. I'm going to be exhibiting my work next season in the city's biggest salon.
Have you actually sat down and finished the painting yet?
I must wait for my inspiration.
And I must wait for your tutor's bills.
Okay.
I'll see you later.
Another time.
Чего? А, туда нельзя. Допустим.
Have you heard from your nephew?
Not since his regiment joined the fighting.
Погоди.
Is that him?
Да.
I've an idea, Josephine. You should
What is
invite
Lady
all the
Pentecost
family to
wearing?
Да ладно. Окей. Я думал, может, там как-то по перилам можно пройти, чтобы открыть эту дверь. Но, по всей видимости, нет. Окей. Допустим. Окей. Ну. И?
Good. I was hoping I would catch you. What did the Duke say?
He points the finger at Ambassador Briala.
The ambassador is up to something, but she can't be our focus. The best place to strike at Celine is from her side.
Indeed.
Empress Celine is fascinated by mysticism, foreseeing the future, speaking with the dead, that sort of rubbish. She has an occult advisor, an apostate who charmed the Empress and key members of the court as if by magic. I've had dealings with her in the past. She is ruthless and capable of anything.
Да хорош ты. Нормальная она.
How can Celine openly keep an apostate in the
Была
Imperial
раньше.
Court?
The Imperial Court has always had an official position for a mage. Before now, it was little better than court jester. Vivian was the first to turn that appointment into a source of real political power. When the circles rebelled, technically every mage became an apostate. The word lost much of its strength.
You think she's controlling the minds of the court? That's powerful blood magic.
She's worth investigating. Can't be sure of anything here. Both leads point toward the guest wing. It's a promising place to start. I'll coordinate with our spies to see if I can find anything better. I will be in the ballroom if you need me.
Okay.
This ball is a waste of time, like all Orlesian foolishness. Let's find the Venatori collaborator and get out of here.
I don't suppose you'd like to dance, Lady Cassandra.
Now? This is hardly the time. We're here to find a killer, not dance.
Ну ладно.
Have you witnessed anything noteworthy?
Nothing yet. I will let you know.
You don't seem to care much for the ball.
Orlesians pretend their petty squabbles are a game. Yes, let us treat murder, corruption, and deceit as delightful amusements. How wonderful. We are here to save Empress Celine, and it galls me. Why does she merit our protection? The Empire would be better off without her. Gaspard is the leader Orlais needs in this crisis.
You support the Civil War?
Of course not. Chaos is what Corypheus wants, and we must oppose him. Were it up to me, however, I would let Celine fall and Gaspard take the throne. He would see the true threat, not spend his time throwing balls and writing letters.
Согласен.
Stay alert. We don't know where the enemy is hiding.
I'll be watching for trouble. The sooner we leave this place, the better.
Да, ну так-то надо все тут обыскать, найти, да?
Leave us.
Ладно.
The package is in the guest wing. Upper room.
The one of the garden. Statuette.
Don't I know you from somewhere? Ah. Lord Rudal de Lancre. I've seen you in his company before, no?
I don't think we've met, my lord. I'm just a Grey Warden.
A Grey Warden? Odd. Your face is so familiar. Around the eyes, especially. Perhaps without that beard? More wine. It will come to me.
I'm ready for anything. Just give the word.
While I have a moment, is there anyone here I should question?
I'm not well acquainted with Orlesian nobility. They rarely welcome Grey Wardens coming in with the right of conscription.
What do you think about all the scheming and politics?
I think I'd rather be anywhere else. Let's save the Empress and get back to where things make sense. Say what you want about Celine's ascension. She stole the throne? She seduced her way to it? Who cares? In the years since, she's proven she is the perfect mix of strength, cunning, and grace that Orlais needs. Gaspard, you may as well crown a bull if he wins.
Да и чё?
So, Silverite Wings of Valor. What did you get that for?
For valor.
Care to elaborate?
It was a long time ago. Back when we didn't stop to boast about past victories when there was an assassin on the loose.
Okay.
What's the word? Seen anything yet?
There aren't enough guards. That seems odd. Either the Empress disguised them for appearances or something has gone wrong.
Wait for my signal.
Quickly! We can't leave the Delancey this
Gaspard
long
is
without
wasting his
drinks.
time.
Interesting.
You don't want to be here, stranger.
He hasn't made the pickup. It's been hours.
He went into the servants' wing. Nobody's come out of there all night.
I'll tell Briala we have a situation.
Philippe should have returned hours ago, dallying with some serving girl while I deal with Gaspard's vitriol.
I can't imagine Gaspard being vitriolic. What's the matter?
The Grand Duke bears a grudge against the Council for refusing him the crown. He's threatened death if they refuse him again, collectively and individually, along with their vassals.
Ну? Чё? Блять.
What backwater did you come from? Everyone knows that.
Пошел ты нахуй. Ну а чё? Я с тобой говорю.
Are we ready to make our move?
Бля.
Either the Empress... They rarely welcome...
Да уж.
The last two people we sent to the servants' quarters.
Gaspard is wasting his time. Nothing it up.
You don't want to be here, stranger.
He hasn't made the pickup. It's been hours.
He went into the servants' wing. Nobody's come out of there all night.
I'll tell Briala we have a situation.
Philippe should have returned hours ago, dallying with some serving girl while...
Awfully selfish of this Philippe, running off to play and leaving you with all the work.
I've half a mind to inform the Dowager. That would teach him to shirk his duties to roll some elven maid. Tonight of all nights, leaving me to convey Gaspard's death threats to the Council. Wonderful timing, Philippe. Thank you for listening to me rant. You are too kind, Inquisitor.
Обращайся. Сука. Не, ну а чё? Нихуя себе.
There must be something here.
Где?
Well, well.
Well, well.
What's this?
Да хуй.
I am not talking to you until we get home.
way is closed. Please, use the main entrance to the ballroom.
Обязательно.
Be careful with that tree.
Waste of time.
Да иди ты.
Well, well, the Inquisitor.
Здорово.
Here as a guest of my nephew, no less. I'm curious.
I didn't know the Grand Duke was your nephew.
He's my brother's eldest boy. Always a difficult child, Gaspar. Never listened, never did what he was told. He was raised a prince. All his life we told him he would be emperor. It was his destiny, his duty. What else should he do with his life if not fight for his destiny?
Согласен.
Have you noticed anything strange this evening?
My niece Florian hasn't spoken to me all evening. That's not like her.
What can you tell me about the Civil War?
If you are hoping for insight, you've come to the wrong man. It's war. It is brutal and terrible and sometimes necessary. There's nothing more to say.
Another time, my lord.
Okay.
I had no idea.
Да ладно. Бля.
My Lord Inquisitor.
Да.
May we have a word? It is very important. The Empress has sent us with a message for you.
How can I be certain this message is from the Empress?
We three wear the masks of House Valmont.
They signify that we are public faces of the Empress.
They are also extremely fashionable.
Давайте.
What's the message?
This is so exciting!
Empress Celine is eager to assist the Herald of Andraste in his holy endeavor.
She will pledge her full support to the Inquisition as soon as the usurper Gaspar is defeated.
I need an alliance, not a conditional promise.
Her Majesty believes in the Inquisition. She is determined to show her support.
And she will do so. She is Andraste's faithful servant.
She will outmaneuver Gaspar. There can be no doubt.
But we have taken enough of your time.
Please, enjoy the masquerade, Inquisitor.
Да, съебали.
This is a private conversation.
Ну ладно.
Lady Nightingale makes me nervous.
This is a private
Да
conversation.
я понял, где вас послушать-то.
Interesting.
Нихуя себе.
Just gossip.
It's been too long since I've had any word from Valoyo.
Where has that servant gone? Elves are all the Delonces here. Their duties.
Maker, I hope not.
Чего?
Are all the Delonces here?
Maker, I hope it's been too long since I've had any word from Valoyo.
Interesting.
You must be mistaken.
No, I'm quite certain it was blood on the tiles.
If they're playing the game, they're not doing it very well. You don't leave evidence if you play to win.
With Gaspard and that elf woman here, the only one playing to win is Celine.
Куда?
You only say that because you fancy the Empress's pet apostate. It sickens me to think of the chaos those Maleficarum are causing across the Empire.
Even you cannot deny that the Templars abandoned the faithful in their darkest hour. How can you condone that? They are the ones who should be brought to heel, if you ask me.
Where has that servant gone? Elves.
Boring.
Да иди ты. Слушай, еще.
Gaspard is wasting his time. Nothing he does could win over the Council of...
Get these pastries out to the diplomats.
The Duchess has asked for too many. I can't carry them all.
Снятся только охуеть.
Good to know.
Погоди, а в сад можно вернуться? Блин. Ага. Окей. Угу.
Are all the Delancey's here?
Maker, I hope not.
Inquisitor.
More servers in the ballroom. Where is everybody?
It's been too long since I've had any word from Valois.
Revered Mother Lucy.
Is it true the Inquisitor was handed out of the Fade by Andraste?
Look at Lady Cambien's slippers, trimmed with pearls and emeralds. And those buckles. Toss her into the lake and she'll sink right to the bottom. What a disaster.
There's a Tevinter assassin on the loose, and you're concerned about buckles on shoes.
Everyone needs a hobby. Besides, you can learn a great deal about a person from their clothing. Gold and jewels on a dancing slipper. A slipper is easily lost and finds itself in the dust and dirt. She is unconcerned with the possibility of losing the shoe or soiling it. A vulgar display of wealth. But Lady Cambien's family has recently lost most of its holdings. They have their title, but little else. So, how did Cambien acquire such a grand shoe, What has she done? Who has she bedded? These are all useful questions, no?
Наверное.
You're different here than in Skyhold. More approachable, perhaps.
This is Halam Shiral, Inquisitor. This is the Imperial Court. This is the beating heart of the great game. Of course, everyone is wearing a mask. I learned this very young. I was still a girl when I attended my first ball. All this, the smiles, the small talk, it is a dance. And like any dance, it can be learned. For some of us, it has become so familiar that the steps may be performed in our sleep.
What do you think the Inquisition should support?
What we need most of all is a stable Olay. Either Celine or Gaspard can give us that.
I found this out. I'm not sure of its value.
Very interesting. It may not help our investigation, but we can put it to use. A little more dirt like this, and we might have some leverage in the court. If you find more, let me know.
Have you seen anything interesting?
Oh yes. Halam Shiral is lousy with scandals and scheming. But no sign of our Tevinter infiltrator, I'm afraid.
Wow.
I should go. Be on your guard.
I always am.
Okay.
I still Lord Inquisitor.
Would you care to dance, Lady Mantillon?
You, Inquisitor, are a delight. One does not often find foreigners so well versed in the game. But you have other dances to perform first. Perhaps you will save me a dance for later?
Ладно.
I'd like your opinion of this gathering, milady.
It's doomed to fail, of course. Celine knows that. At least it should be amusing. We haven't had such a menagerie at court in living memory.
Have you noticed anything odd this evening?
Too few Imperial guards stand in attendance, my dear. A shame. They are so pleasantly decorative.
Okay.
Good evening, milady.
Чё?
Leave us.
Угу. Okay.
The last two people we sent to the servants' quarters have failed to report. There's been a lot of activity.
Interesting. Well, that's useful.
Круто.
Gaspard is wasting his time. Nothing he does could win over the Council of Heralds now.
He should have considered that before threatening to burn them all in their homes.
Hmm?
Did you hear what Gaspard
Does anyone really think the war will end tonight?
The Empress says.
Does anyone really think the war will end tonight?
The Empress says.
Yes?
Another time.
Inquisition. Погоди, чё за... Что это?
Does anyone really think the war will end tonight?
The Empress
сюда видит или отсюда? Что за... Кого?
We have confirmation.
Тут крови никакой нет.
Does anyone really think the war will end tonight?
Ой, ладно.
The Emperor says.
Boring.
Да иди ты.
I didn't expect. Where has that servant gone? Elves, always shirking their duties.
Без палева. Нормально. Опа.
Is it true the Inquisitor was headed out to fight by Andraste?
Погнали обратно. Здрасте. До свидания.
That's the bell. I should get back to the ballroom.
Чё, блядь?
That would be the second bell. Fashionably late now.
Никто не говорил, что это на время, блядь. Да я понял.
Crap. Now I'm just plain late.
Да. Во. Это только ради этого, блядь? Серьезно? Пиздец. Нормально. Беги, блядь. Дуди ты. Пиздец. Я опаздываю. Надеюсь, мне за это не предъявят.
Well. What have we here? The leader of the new Inquisition, fabled herald of the faith.
Ага, это я.
Delivered from the grasp of the Fade by the hand of blessed Andraste herself.
Я там опаздываю.
What could bring such an exalted creature here to the Imperial Court, I wonder? Do even you know?
Загадка.
You may never know. Courtly intrigues and all that.
Such intrigues obscure much, but not all. I am Morrigan. Some call me advisor to Empress Celine on matters of the arcane. You have been very busy this evening, hunting in every dark corner of the palace. Perhaps you and I hunt the same prey.
I don't know. Do we?
You are being coy.
I'm being careful.
Not unwise, here of all places. Allow me to speak first, then. Recently I found and killed an unwelcome guest within these very halls. An agent of Tevinter. So I offer you this, Inquisitor. A key found on the Tevinter's body. Where it leads, I cannot say. Yet if Celine is in danger, I cannot leave her side long enough to search. You can.
You left Celine alone. Is that wise?
I must return to her anon, but she is safe enough, for the moment. 'Twould be a great fool who strikes at her in public in front of all her court and the Imperial Guard.
What's your interest in protecting Empress Celine? Are you her bodyguard?
Do I seem a bodyguard to you?
Немного.
If anything were to happen to Celine, eyes would turn first to her occult advisor, even if they knew otherwise. There are sharks in the water, and I will not fall prey to them. Not now, not ever.
Why did you kill the agent? You might have had useful information.
I would not have slain the man on sight had he not attacked me first. Why? Undoubtedly, I caught him in an illicit act. I did not know from whence he came until after the battle, and regret only that I could not capture him alive. What intentions the Imperium has here, I suspect you know far better than I.
I may find the time to try a door or two.
Proceed with caution, Inquisitor. Enemies abound, and not all of them aligned with Tevinter. What comes next will be most exciting.
Another time, perhaps?
Mm-hmm.
Mistress Nightingale.
Ugh. So many crimes of fashion.
I found this out. I'm not sure of its value.
The things courtiers get up to.
Ну да, ну да.
Why would the Empress invite that elf woman?
The game, of course. Celine has something of her sleeve.
Duke Gaspard
Inquisitor?
has made a fortune at alliance.
Doesn't look like negotiations are going well.
Ah, there's the Dowager. Don't make eye contact.
She wouldn't want to speak with a nobody.
Быстрее, блядь.
Gaspard is wasting his time. Nothing he does could win over the
Good to know.
Наконец-то. Oops. Okay.
This could be worth checking out.
Mm-hmm. И чё? И где? И кого? И куда? И во что? Ну, быстрее, блядь. Ну. Так, блять.
Why kill the...
Чё за нахуй?
Servants. They were unarmed.
Sorry to break it to you, hero, but this is what they call collateral damage. Like war is a loan that's late a few payments. I hope we find the bastard who did this.
Чё за еб? Нормально. That's...
We should search the area.
Servant. What's he doing here?
Does this guy seem out of place to anyone else?
That knife bears a Shalon family crest. Gaspard's crest.
Time to have a word with the Duke.
Ну, блядь. Ёбаные клоуны, сука.
Venatory agents! That must be the Venatory leader. The Venatory were watching this approach. They're organized.
Ну хуй знает. Не то чтобы очень организованный. Ну, блять, даже тут расположение тратится, да? Херово. как много всего. Ебать, я хуй найду все, что нужно найти. Потому что это пиздец. Возможно, то, что я уже что-то проебал. Потому что по-другому быть не может. Я вот как раз таки приблизительно где-то до этого момента доходил, когда первый раз играл. И мне вот этот вот замок, блядь, вообще в принципе этот бал, хуял, пиздец нахуй. Мне никогда не нравился. Ну, не нравился и в первый раз, не нравится теперь. Потому что Потому что хуета. Хуета. Куда идти, блядь? По-моему, нам туда как раз таки надо, наверное. Поэтому давайте пока развернемся, пойдем, у нас еще. Здрасте. У нас есть и лимит. Бля, расположение хоть, сука, и медленно, но все-таки тратится. Да съебите, блядь. Сука. Блядь, а в хранилище чё?
An elven locket is a strange thing to have hidden away in a safe in the Empress's palace.
I'll admit, I didn't think the Empress was this sentimental.
И чё? Ради этого гал надо было тратить, играть. Хотя я не думаю, что там прям пиздец что-то такое полезное было бы. За этими дверьми, блин. Здрасте. Статуэтка, бля.
Fancy meeting you here.
Ты кто?
Inquisitor Trevelyan. What a surprise. My report said you were terribly boring.
Чё
We haven't been
сказала?
properly introduced, have we? I'm Ambassador Briala.
Похуй.
Ambassador, is it? Whose ambassador are you exactly?
If the nobility is going to treat elves as if we are not citizens, we may as well have the trappings of a foreign power.
Не.
You clean this place out. Will take a month to get all the Tevinter blood off the marble. I came down to save or avenge my missing people. But you've beaten me to it. So, the Council of Herald's emissary in the courtyard. That's not your work, is it?
He was dead when I arrived.
I expected as much. You may have arrived with the Grand Duke, but you don't seem to be doing his dirty work. I knew he was smuggling his chevaliers. But killing a council emissary? Bringing Tevinter assassins into the palace?
Может, это не он.
Those are desperate
Не
acts.
пизди.
Gaspar must be planning to strike tonight.
Are you sure he's behind this? He was too easygoing for a man plotting treason.
Don't let his charm blind you. He's Orlesian. That smile is his mask.
А я не верю
I
императрице,
misjudged you,
пошли ты в
Inquisitor.
жопу.
You might just be an ally worth having. What could you do with an army of elven spies at your disposal? You should think about it.
Похуй.
What do I have to give you in exchange for this army of spies?
A moment of consideration. I know which way the wind is blowing. I'd bet coin that you'll be part of the peace talks before the night is over. And if you happen to
Не
lean a little bit our
верю.
way,
Пошла нахуй.
it
Нет.
could prove advantageous to us both. Just a thought.
Пошла ты уже.
More politics and double dealing. Is there anyone here who is not corrupt?
Поиграй. Погоди, а что там? Это типа спуск? В смысле выступите против? Схуяли? Если я хочу выступить за Гаспара. Пошла в жопу. Не хочу я императрицу поддерживать. Погоди, ладно, допустим, это был этот самый спуск вниз. Здесь понятно. Тоже спуск вниз. И все, ничего интересного, блядь. Ёбана рот. Только расположение лишь пути. А?
We'll hold the area.
Эльфийка. Нихуя себе голосок, блядь. Эльфийка.
Thank you, Inquisitor.
Ну ладно, здесь все в порядке, допустим. Да уж. Сегодня стрим недолгий будет. Мы сейчас просто, наверное, пройдем вот эту вот всю шляпу. Ты кто?
Is it true what they say? You're the Inquisitor, are you not? We heard stories of your accomplishments.
I'd wager I have better tales than anything you've heard.
I told you, Philippe.
Not everyone fights an archdemon and lives to tell. It's an inspiration.
If you like, Commander Cullen could give you all the details of that battle. He's in the ballroom.
Really? But I shouldn't leave my post.
He'll only be gone a moment.
Philippe, the world is coming to an end. If we don't hear this story now, we'll never have a chance.
You're right. Thank you, Inquisitor. Let's go.
Съебали.
Might be something here. Better take a closer look.
Gaspar is wasting his time. Nothing he does could win.
Да ты рофлишь, блядь.
Gaspar is wasting his time.
Is it my imagination?
Nothing he does
Or are there more
could win
Inquisition
over
honor
the
guards now than there were before?
Threatening to burn them all in their homes.
Нихуя себе.
Germain bore his...
Well, that's useful.
Круто. Окей.
The Grace's Chamberlain has disappeared as usual.
Inquisitor, are you enjoying the ball? This is your first presentation at court, is it not?
Типа того.
I am Lady Marcelette, court historian to Her Imperial Majesty.
Да неужели?
What exactly does a court historian do?
I am responsible for the historical records of the court. I maintain our library and record all official proceedings.
Are you here to chronicle the events of the evening for posterity?
Oh, yes. This is a momentous occasion. The first meeting between the Grand Duke and Her Majesty since the war began. Even if, Maker forbid, the talks should fail, it is an important moment in the history of the Empire.
Наверное.
Good evening, Lady Marcelette.
Another time, perhaps.
Обязательно.
Is it true the Inquisitor was headed out of the Fade by Andraste?
Интересно, наверху что-нибудь могла бы появиться. Посмотрим. Блять, тут... Сука, тут бэктрекинга, блять, больше, чем я хуй его знаю. В принципе, да, было до этого. Больше, чем в принципе было до этого. Вот. Это... Чего, блядь? Кого? Нихуя себе. Ты чё? Бля, к этим монетам еще практически впритык приходится подходить, чтобы радар сработал. Это жопа. Вот это что-то находил, не? Хуй с ним. Бегом в библиотеку. Библиотеку. Опа. Ебать, я горю что-то. Или я до этого проебал? Так, ну тут ладно. Мы сделали. Тут что? Есть что? Есть что? А если найду? Взять дверку на мне. Опа, блядь. Где она? Да я помню. Подожди, а что с другой стороны? Да почему задача, блядь, выступить против Гаспара, блядь? Может, я хочу за него быть? Что за нахуй? Не, ну может быть, если бы я читал все писульки. Вот, допустим, какая-то там была записка от Гаспара. Сука. Почему я не могу просто попросить? Типа, у меня же есть разбойник в пати. Почему я могу попросить его просто подойти к двери и взломать ее? Ёпта. Чё? Что-то новенькое есть? Нет? Все добро. Нахуй я туда пошел? Потому что... Сука. Говно. Да все, я понял. Ладно, блядь. Ох. Сука. Спать охота спать. Ты хочешь спать? Нет? Ну я тоже. Пока что не сильно.
Gaspar is wasting his time.
Да, блядь. Сука. Все помещения нужно обходить еще раз. Нахуя? Просто не могли запихать все сразу. В смысле, платин на Кассандре в принципе нет платин. И это же камзол, не камзол, что это, блядь. Короче, я владею платьем. Ты заебали. Они, кстати, там косяк с субтитрами. Они спрашивают не что за платье, а что на ней в принципе одето. Ну, блядь. Кассандра в платье. Ну, такое себе. Здорово.
Are we ready to move out?
Куда? Ну?
Stay alert. We don't know where the enemy is hiding.
I'll be watching for trouble. The sooner we leave this place, the better.
Согласен. Чтоб тут не было столько всякой хуйни, чтобы собирать, было бы вообще заебись. Чё надо? Ты кто?
Inquisitor Trevelyan.
Чё надо?
We met briefly. I am Grand Duchess Floriane de Chalon. Welcome to my party.
На вашу вечеринку? Пошла в жопу.
I have urgent business to attend.
That is why I am here. I believe tonight you and I are both concerned by the actions of a certain person. Come, dance with me. Spies will not hear us on the dance floor.
У меня есть партнер. Пошла в жопу.
I'm already taken, Your Grace.
Your lover has nothing to fear. This is business, not pleasure.
Сучка.
You
Я
are from the
пытался.
Free Marches, are you not? How much do you know about our little war?
I assure you, the effects of this war reach far beyond the borders of the Orlesian Empire.
Наверное, да.
Perhaps it does. I should not be surprised to find the Empire is the center of everyone's world.
It took great effort to arrange tonight's negotiations. Yet one
Сюда.
party would use this occasion for blackest treason. The security of the Empire is at stake. Neither one of us wishes to see it fall.
Да неужели? Поэтому я здесь.
I'm here to make sure it doesn't.
Perhaps the Maker truly has sent you to us. The world is filled with doubt and
Сука.
uncertainty. Fear rules more hearts than any empire. I know you arrived here as a guest of my brother Gaspar, and have been everywhere in the palace. You are a curiosity to many, Inquisitor, and a matter of concern to some.
There's no need for concern. I've come here to help Orlais.
Helping Orlais has a variety of meanings depending on whom you ask. Kindness to some is cruelty to
Ты
others.
охуела,
You cannot be a
слышь,
savior to
тварь,
them
бля,
all.
пошла в
Do you
пизду.
even yet know who is friend and who is foe?
Гаспар, блядь, красавчик.
It cannot have
Пошла
escaped your
нахуй.
note.
Отъебись от меня, блядь. О, блядь. Ты чё,
You have little time.
блядь. Пошли в жопу переиграть. Сука.
The attack will come soon.
Yep.
You must stop Gaspard before he strikes. In the Royal Wing Garden, you will find the captain of my brother's mercenaries. He knows all Gaspard's secrets.
Похуй.
I'm sure you can persuade him to be
Да
forthcoming.
отъебись.
May Andraste guide you, Inquisitor.
Пизда тупая. Блядь. Так нахуй.
Maker of bread, you danced with the Grand Duchess and I didn't prepare you. Are you all right? I hope you have good news. It appears the peace talks are...
Then perhaps we should let her die.
I like...
Sometimes the best path is not the easiest one.
I would support Gaspar.
Пиздец, 29 расположений двора. Да че нахуй? Пошли. Вот сука. Ёбаный в рот. Ёбаная полулысая баба, сука. Коза тупорылая, блядь.
Inquisitor Trevelyan.
Хуй
We
надо.
met briefly.
Похуй.
I am Grand Duchess Floriane de Chalon. Welcome. Come, dance with me. Spies will not hear us.
Да, пошли.
Very well.
You are from the Free Marches.
The security of the Empire is at stake. Neither one of us wishes to see it fall.
I think I can agree with that, yes.
Then you have lived. You are a curiosity to many, Inquisitor, and a matter of concern to some.
Am I the curiosity or the...
Do you even yet know who is friend and who is foe? Who in the court can be trusted?
Пошла ты нахуй.
If I've learned anything, Your Grace, it is to put my trust in no one.
In the Winter Palace, everyone is alone. It cannot have escaped your notice that certain parties are engaged in dangerous machinations tonight.
I thought dangerous machinations were the national sport in Orlais.
Vale.
You have little time. The attack will come soon. You must stop Gaspard before he strikes. In the Royal Wing Garden, you will find the captain of my brother's mercenaries. He knows all Gaspard's secrets.
Dicho.
I'm sure you can persuade him to be forthcoming.
We'll see what the night has in store, won't we?
Я не верю, блин. Уже лучше.
You'll be the talk of the court for months. We should take you dancing more often.
The Duchess had some interesting things to say.
Of that, I have no doubt. Were you dancing with Duchess Floriane?
More importantly, what happened in the servants' quarters? I heard there was fighting.
I hope you have good news. It appears the peace talks are crumbling.
Согласен, эта пизда что-то замышляет.
The Grand Duchess tried to convince me Gaspard is the traitor, but I'm not sure I buy it.
Floriane and her brother are thick as thieves, but she would give him up in an instant to save herself.
Then, the attack on the Empress will happen tonight.
Warning Celine is pointless. She needs these talks to succeed, and to flee would admit defeat. Then perhaps we should let her die.
I like where this is going.
I don't. If Corypheus succeeds... What Corypheus wants is chaos. Even with Celine alive, that could still happen. To foil his plan, the Empire must remain strong. This evening, someone must emerge victorious.
And it doesn't need to be Celine. She's right.
Do you realize what you're suggesting, Leliana?
Я согласен.
Sometimes the best path is not the easiest one.
You're asking me to decide what's best for Orlais.
More than that, whoever controls the Imperial throne will affect all of Thedas.
You cannot stop Corypheus without a decision. You must support someone, or all is lost.
Then we should support Celine. She is the rightful ruler. Why would we say otherwise?
Because she led Orlais to this point. I say Gaspard, provided his sister is wrong about him.
I would suggest Briala. She could bring true peace,
Чего?
not only to the Empire, but also to its elves.
This is, however, your decision, Inquisitor, not ours.
Да хуй вам.
I would support Gaspard, provided he's being framed.
Then Celine must die, so he may assume the throne.
Not only that, he would also need to deal with Briala to end the war completely.
First, you'll need proof he's not in league with Corypheus before you hand him anything.
What did Duchess Florian tell you?
She said Gaspard's mercenary captain is in the royal wing, that he knows about the assassination.
Which could be a trap.
Or a lead. Either way, you should search the private quarters in that wing for clues.
Then get me access. And in the meantime, get your soldiers into position.
At once. Be careful, Inquisitor.
Да, блядь, я сама осторожно заебали. Так, что тут еще надо было сделать-то? Каких фройлей? Фрейли. Где они, блядь? Что за фрейли?
Maximilian swept me with my feet.
Mistress Nightingale.
So many crimes of fashion.
Man almost half my age.
I found this out.
We can use...
Inquisitor, is there something you needed?
Нет.
We'll talk.
What is Lady Pentecost wearing?
Inquisitor Trevelyan. Slumming even more than usual, I see. You've charmed some of the nobles. We'll see how long you can keep their favor. What brings you to me?
I found an elven locket hidden among Celine's things. This isn't yours, is it?
Let me see that. She kept this. What was she thinking? If Gaspard had found this, it would have ruined her.
So this did belong to you?
It was my mother's. Carved from Vinadal wood. I gave it to Celine in happier times. She held on to it.
Лесбухи! Не осуждаю.
I want to know more about the peace talks.
Чего? В смысле?
What are you hoping to gain from tonight's negotiations?
A voice. Simple enough, isn't it? My people have none. We've lived for centuries amid the lowest ranks of society. No one hears us. No one sees us. If the elves of Halam-Shiral were elevated, if we had an elven noble at court, we'd have recognition. A voice.
Не мечтай.
How much can a single member of the court do?
It won't remake the world overnight, if that's what you're asking. Our problem is invisibility. The people in power are used to ignoring us. We're not actors. The scenery. We need elves.
А вы все проебали, блядь. Не пизди нахуй, пошел в жопу. Тупая пизда.
How will you persuade the Empress to elevate an elf to nobility?
It is already in place. Celine knows she needs us to tip the balance of the civil war in her favor.
Мы
All we have to do
эльфы.
is wait.
Нас принижают, унижают, пользу. Пошли в пизду, блядь. Проебали все сами. Сидите нахуй. Смело, сука, не выебывайтесь, блядь. Такие пиздец, нахуй. Я хуею. Пиздодельные я ебу. Высший народ, бессмертный. Надо будет сосать бибу, нахуй. Да пошли нахуй.
If Celine were killed, what would happen to your plans?
Нихуя.
Assuming I'm not the one blamed, it would be precarious. I've been working on Gaspard, but he's like a charging bull.
Ты
It
тупая
would be easier
пизда.
to rein him in if I had something that could hurt him.
Пошла нахуй. Да не хочу я не побольше знал.
I'm an elf, Inquisitor. That should tell you everything you need to know about my life.
Охуеть.
I'm good at what I do.
Ну, гляньте на меня. Я эльф, деревья, такая прелесть. Тра-ла-ла-ла-ла. Не. Да.
I've been told you were romantically involved with the Empress.
I didn't take you for a gossip monger,
Да пошла ты нахуй.
Inquisitor. I suppose your spies have already briefed you, so there's no point in pretending. Yes, Celine and I were lovers once, but we've gone our separate ways now.
Тебя пинком под зад, блядь.
What's your story? How is an elf invited to the Empress's ball as an ambassador?
Empress Celine and I have history. There was a time when I put my spies at her disposal. she knows my qualifications.
Угу.
We had a falling out.
Более
Now
чем
we're
уверен,
negotiating
что
to
знаю.
determine whether I return to her side in the war.
Мгм. Пошла нахуй.
You'd turn against Celine without a thought.
I know it's incriminating. Few harbor more resentment against Celine than I. But if she died after inviting me here, the court would certainly pin her death on me.
Ну
An
и
elf
не зря,
assassinating
блядь.
the Empress? Alienages across Orlais, across all Thedas, would be purged.
Схуя.
That cannot happen.
Пошла ты нахуй. Чё я там узнал?
You might be interested in what I've found. It's about you, actually. I found the drop point, Briala. I know your people are hidden all over the palace.
Of course they are. I'd be a poor spy master if I didn't have spies, Inquisitor.
Пизди мне, блядь.
You murdered negotiators and stole their documents.
In Orlesian politics, Inquisitor, murder and intrigue barely count as trying. If that shocked you, wait until Celine shows her hand.
Сука. Да хуй на тебя вообще.
We'll speak more later, Ambassador.
Another time, Inquisitor.
Коза, блядь. Ты кто? Здорово.
Inquisitor, to what do we owe this honor?
Я же вас
We
видел,
are
не?
always delighted to speak with you, of course.
Her Imperial Majesty is unfortunately occupied at present.
I made a fascinating discovery. An elven locket in the Empress's vault.
Oh dear. That is very interesting.
I'll get Her Majesty.
Чё, блядь?
Inquisitor, I regret that we did not have time to speak earlier.
Сука.
No doubt you have questions about many things.
Нет.
If the nobles knew you were keeping elven trinkets in the royal vault, it would cause a scandal.
You are right, of course. I don't know why I kept it. It was a foolish thing to do.
What made the two of you part ways?
She wanted change, and she thought I should deliver it. My word is law, Inquisitor, but laws don't command people's hearts. Culture does not transform itself overnight. I failed her. I should have dared more. But the past, like so many things, is beyond my command.
Maybe you kept it because you still care for Briala.
Perhaps I do. But I cannot put her above all the people of my empire. Dispose of the locket however you like. It means nothing to me.
Угу. Окей.
Does anyone have a report on the casualties in the
Здорово.
Is there something we may do for you?
We
Может,
do so enjoy speaking with you.
четверчка?
We will speak to the Empress on your behalf.
Четверчок? Сука.
If the evening ends favorably for the Empress, how does the Inquisition?
Да, какая выгода.
Her Imperial Majesty brings the might of the Orlesian Empire with her friendship.
И
She
чё?
is also a respected diplomat and world leader.
Короче,
She can
понятно.
forge alliances for you with Rivain, Antiva, the
Ой,
other.
блядь.
And she throws the best parties.
Типа есть три выбора. Выбираешь Селину плюс к дипломатии. Выбираешь Бриалу, Эльфийку плюс к шпионам. Выбираешь Гаспара плюс к Калину, ну, имеется в виду к войскам. Окей, я понял, да нахуй. Ай.
I'd like to know more about the negotiations.
Конечно, Гаспар, блядь. Да вообще похуй, как идут переговоры, заебали. Я обнаружил.
My investigations turned up something interesting.
Че нашел? Бриала, блядь.
It concerns Ambassador Briala.
Она убивает.
She killed ambassadors from both Celine and Gaspard, and forged documents to both sides.
How despicable!
Согласен.
After the Empress extended her hospitality?
She's better
Да.
at the game than we thought.
Да? Ну,
Her people have infiltrated every part of the Winter Palace.
This is extremely alarming, Inquisitor.
She could be spying on our every word.
Да.
How exciting.
Да вы ебанутые, что ли?
My investigations turned up something interesting. It concerns the Grand Duke.
Да нихуя не думаю, нормальный пацан, все хорошо. Пошли в жопу. Ну, здорово.
My friend, come in, have a drink. What can I do for you? You've been busily charming the court, I see.
I discovered something you might be interested in. It's about Celine. She had an elven locket sealed in the vault.
Briala's, no doubt. Was that sentiment, Celine? How unlike you. Blackmail, perhaps. Not quite damning enough for a scandal, but such a trinket could be useful leverage against one or both of them.
It's about Briala. She's got people hidden among the servants all over the palace.
I suspected as much, but couldn't confirm it. She's a difficult adversary to predict. There's no telling what move she intends to make.
She's killed ambassadors and changed their documents.
You can prove this? Now that is interesting. What is she trying to accomplish? She bears closer watching than I thought.
I discovered something you might be interested in. It's about you, in fact. There's a Council of Heralds emissary in the servants' quarters. Stabbed to death with your knife.
No. That's impossible. Who would try to pin such a crime on me? The elf? It seems unlike Celine.
Да похуй, нормально, удачи.
Another time.
Ага.
There must be something here.
Монетка. Сука.
We can only hope Celine prevails tonight. Gaspard will ruin us all.
И чё, блядь, мне побегать все опять по новому? Да нахуй надо. Пизду, не буду я все тут искать, чисто. Шо попалось, то попалось.
I cannot believe you danced 4 times with Cyril de Montfort.
Just gossip.
Ладно, вернемся попозже. Хуй с ним, давай оббежим все еще разок. Ну мало ли, может, что еще появилось, блядь. Да в пизду такой бэктрекинг, что за нахуй? Ебануться просто. Так, куда нам нахуй надо? Не урти, блядь. Заеб.
Gaspard is wasting his time. Nothing he does could win over the Council of Heralds now.
You should have considered that before.
Нам еще нужна галла, да? Статуэтка, ебаная.
Did you hear what Gaspard said to you?
This door is sealed for the evening. Please move along.
Так съеби от двери, блядь. Я пройду туда дальше. Мудак. Ты кто?
Inquisitor, enjoying the ball, I hope.
А, ты, блядь, ты же историчка, я вспомнил.
Another time, perhaps.
Я думаю, что за пизда. Да нету, блядь, чё, все нашел. Статуэтку нужно. О, блядь. Пиздец.
Are all the Delancey's here?
Maker, I
Ебать,
hope
вот,
not.
блядь.
It's been too long since I've had any word from Valois.
В натуре нужно каждый угол, сука, осмотреть. Чтобы что-нибудь найти. Ёбаный практически пиксель-хантинг. Я хуй его знает, как это назвать, но это хрень нездоровая, ёб. Так, давай, у нас соточка есть, дела. Хуй-то там, ничего нет. Блять, эти... Допустим, я знаю, где еще можно разговор подслушать, окей. Это допустим. Где все остальное найти? Возможно, что-то есть в этом, в имперском крыле, или как... Но не думаю, что там прям такое большое количество всего. Ну-ка, факелок. Может, тут что-то еще интересное есть? Хотя навряд ли. Типа больше одной загадки. Это такое себе. Сука, еще вот эти закрытые двери, блядь, чисто для разбойников. Вообще как-то не украшают ситуацию. Да? Ну что, бля. Огорчительно. Хуй знает, везде вроде все отбежал, да? Да, да, да. Ладно. Ну-ка. Есть кто? Сука. Да, еще разок. Как их обновлять-то, ёбаный в рот? Я, по-моему, же одну эту хуйню пропустил где-то. Потому что я думал, то, что типа там ничего нельзя подслушать, и просто не стал ее юзать еще несколько раз. Чё такое? Ебать. Теперь они даже не в углах, а просто в каких-то рандомных точках заебись. Сука. Так, ладно, давайте сохранимся. Сказал, сохранимся. Не сохраняем. Ты чё, блядь? Я, алло. Какого хуя? Ладно, давай тогда просто паузу поставлю. Сделаем небольшой перерыв и продолжим. Ой-ой, окей, погнали дальше. Так. Короче, хер его знает, что тут, куда тут, кого и за что тут, так что... бля. Как обновить? Подожди, я понял. Еще по-другому сделаю. Чпоньк. По идее, эта локация должна же обновиться. Правильно? Еще у нас что получается, то что Калин поддерживает Гаспара, Жозефина поддерживает императрицу Лиану и этих эльфов.
Well, that's useful.
Наконец-то, блин.
Are we going to sneak around to look through the Empress's unmentionables now? Just how drunk are you, boss?
Да иди ты. Так, нам туда. Может, и не туда.
Hello? Is anyone there? Somebody? Anybody?
Больше статуэток-то охуел. Ладно, давай посмотрим. Ку-ку, ёпта. До свидули.
Thank you.
Сорян.
I hope you're not disappointed I stole your dance partner.
No, not at all. No one's supposed to be here. Briala said... Oh, I shouldn't have trusted her.
Briala told you to come to this wing of the palace?
Not personally. The ambassador can't be seen talking to the servants. We get coded messages at certain locations, but the order came from her. She's been watching the Grand Duke all night. No surprise she wanted someone to search his sister's room.
This wing is sealed. How did you get in here?
Easy. The door was unlocked. One of the others probably handled it.
Неужели?
Is there anyone else who knows the code in the drop location who could have written those orders?
I don't know. Any of us could do it, but... No. No one else would send me here. It had to be Briala.
So this room belongs to Grand Duchess Floriane.
It used to. This had been her private room in Halam Shiral since she was a child. But this part of the palace was damaged, and the royal family moved to the guest wing.
What were you trying to find in Floriane's old room?
The message didn't say. I should have known it was a setup.
It takes great courage to come to the royal wing unarmed.
It's not courage to blindly follow Briala's orders into a trap. I knew her. Before. When she was Celine's pet.
Now she wants to play revolution, but I remember. She was sleeping with the Empress who purged our alienage.
Would you be willing to testify to that, if I asked?
Absolutely. If the Inquisition will protect me, I'll tell you everything I know about our ambassador.
Go to the ballroom. Find Commander Cullen. He'll keep you safe.
Thank you. Make her protect you, Inquisitor.
Опа, еще одна статуэтка осталась, да? Надеюсь, что она где-то здесь.
What happened here?
Не знаю. Потом. В смысле? Ты иди ты. А как же 3 штуки в другое место? Странно. Допустим.
Painted Orlesian assholes! When I get out of this, I'll butcher you like the pigs you are!
Дайте что-нибудь. Так, наверное, монеты-то не найдешь, скорее всего. Что же? Так, но зато остался одно это. Секретик. А вот он как раз таки может быть одним из тех, которые я... Хера себе.
What happened?
It's not what it looks like. Honestly, I would have preferred it if it were what it looks like. The Empress led me to believe I would be rewarded for betraying the Grand Duke. This was not what I hoped for.
I can imagine what you thought your reward would be.
Please, I beg you, don't tell Gaspard. The Empress beguiled me into giving her information about plans for troop movements in the palace tonight. She knows everything. Everything. The Duke's surprise attack has been countered before it ever began. She's turned it into a trap. The moment he strikes, she'll have him arrested for treason.
I don't know which is worse. Celine for using such a tactic, or him for falling for it.
I'll protect you from Gaspard if you're willing to testify about Celine's trap.
I'll do anything. Anything.
Да уж.
Well, that was Orlesian.
Так, за этой дверью что-то есть. А внизу тоже что-то есть. А, чего? Бля. Их больше 10? Нихуя себе. Допустим. Что у нас здесь?
Inquisitor, what a pleasure. I wasn't certain you'd attend. You're such a challenge to read. I had no idea if you'd taken my bait.
Еще танец?
I fear I'm a bit busy at the moment if you were looking for a dance partner.
Yes, I see that. Such a pity you did not save one final dance for me. It was kind of you to walk into my trap so willingly. I was so tired of your meddling. Corypheus insisted that the Empress die tonight, and I would hate to disappoint him.
You're Orlesian royalty. Why would you help Corypheus attack your empire?
You think so small, Inquisitor. Why settle for an empire when Corypheus will remake the entire world? I admit, I will relish the look on Gaspard's face when he realizes I've outplayed him. He always was a sore loser.
No.
What exactly is in this for you?
The world, of course. I'll deliver the entire south of Thedas, and Corypheus will save me. When he has ascended to godhood, I will rule all Thedas in his name.
Ну тупая.
Why kill the Empress? What does Corypheus want to achieve?
Celine's death is a stepping stone on the path to a better world. Corypheus will enter the Black City and claim the godhood waiting for him. We will cast down your useless maker and usher in a united world, guided by the hand of an attentive god.
No.
At this point, I'd think disappointment was an old friend.
You poor deluded thing. You don't know half of what Samson and I have planned. And now I suppose you never will. In their darkest dreams, no one imagines I would assassinate Celine myself. All I need is to keep you out of the ballroom long enough to strike. A pity you'll miss the rest of the ball, Inquisitor. They'll be talking of it for years. Kill him and bring me his marked hand. It will make a fine gift for the Master.
Sure.
Trust his tits. What was all that? Were those demons? There aren't any more of those blasted demons coming, right?
No more demons. It's safe.
Maker? I've never seen one that close before. I knew Gaspard was a bastard, but I didn't think he'd feed me to fucking horrors over a damn bill.
Duke Gaspard lured you out here?
Well, his sister. But it had to come from him, didn't it? And all that garbage she was spewing doesn't mean anything. Gaspard had to be the mastermind.
Your accent sounds Ferelden. I thought you were one of Gaspard's mercenaries.
Born and raised in Denerim. Seems like I should have stayed there. The Duke wanted to move on the palace tonight, but he didn't have enough fancy chevaliers. So he hired me and my men. He had to offer us triple our usual pay to come to Orlais. Stinking punsy cheesemongers.
Want a new job? One that pays better. The Inquisition can always use a good mercenary company.
You hiring? I'm game. Anything's better than this bullshit. You want me to talk to the Empress or the court or sing a blasted song in a chantry? I'll do it.
Okay. Чё, и тут еще что ли? Кого? Чего? Смотрите. Не понял. Здрасте. Так, в смысле? Хуй. Где столько статуэток-то найти? Их явно больше 10. Прикольно. Допустим. Кухонька.
Where has that servant gone?
Thank the Maker you're back. The Empress will begin her speech soon. What should we do?
Wait here, Cullen. I'm going to have a word with the Grand Duchess.
What? There's no time. The Empress will begin her speech any moment.
We owe the court one more show, Your Grace.
Inquisitor.
The eyes of every noble in the Empire are upon us, Your Grace. Remember to smile. This is your party. You wouldn't want them to think you had lost control.
Who would not be delighted to speak with you, Inquisitor?
I seem to recall you saying, all I needed was to keep you out of the ballroom long enough to strike. When your archers failed to kill me in the garden, I feared you wouldn't save me this last dance. It's so easy to lose your good graces. You even framed your brother for the murder of a council emissary. It was an ambitious plan. Celine, Gaspard, the entire Council of Heralds, all your enemies under one roof.
This is very entertaining, but you do not imagine anyone believes your wild stories?
That will be a matter for a judge to decide, cousin.
Gaspard? You cannot believe this. You know I would never... Gaspard?
At least this time, justice will be swift. Your Imperial Majesty, I think we should speak in private. Elsewhere.
Your sister attempted regicide in front of the entire court, Gaspard.
You're the spy master. If anyone knew this atrocity was coming, it was you.
You don't deny your involvement.
I do deny it. I knew nothing of Florian's plans. But you knew it all and did nothing.
I don't know which is better. That you think I'm all-seeing, or that you're trying so hard to play innocent and failing?
Enough. We will not bicker while Tevinter plots against our nation. For the safety of the Empire, I will have answers.
True.
Every one of you is implicated. You all conspired to allow this to happen.
That's a bold claim, Inquisitor. Are you prepared to defend it?
You allowed the Grand Duke to sneak soldiers in, hoping he'd make a politically foolish move.
That's duplicitous, even for you, Celine.
Of course, Briala was outplaying everyone. She killed your negotiators and forged new documents.
So what if I did? Take me down, and elves will riot in every city in the Empire.
They won't. Not when they learn you were sleeping with the woman who purged Halam Shiral's alienage. And Gaspard fell for Celine's trap and was going to attack the palace.
You've made your point. What do you want?
You are 3 of the best minds in the Empire. You could do so much for Orlais and your people if you stopped fighting.
It is remarkably optimistic to believe that the 3 of us could ever forget our differences, Inquisitor.
I cannot believe you want to make a speech. This is foolish.
We have no choice. The nobility requires an answer for what happened.
Unless you want to pretend the war was all a dream. That would go over well. No more dithering. We make the cut swift and clean. Kindest to all of us.
Lords and ladies of the court, we are pleased to announce that an accord has been reached. Our cousin Gaspard will now hold a place of honor in our cabinet.
Friends, we assembled are the leaders of the Empire. We must set the example for all Thedas. We cannot be at war with each other, while the Fade itself challenges our borders.
We must stand united, or surely we will fall alone.
There will be no second chance for us. We cannot afford to be divided.
We will bury our dead, tend our wounded, and ready ourselves for the next charge, as all true Orlesians must.
But tonight, we celebrate the arrival of peace. Let the festivities commence!
The Orlesian nobility make drunken toasts to your victory, and yet you are not present to hear them. Do you tire so quickly of their congratulations, Inquisitor? 'Tis most fickle, after all your efforts on their behalf.
I would have stayed, but the punch ran dry. Scandalous.
Indeed. Let us see if you take this piece of news as poorly. By imperial decree, I have been named liaison to the Inquisition. Celine wishes to offer you any and all aid, including mine. Congratulations.
I had no idea you were interested in joining the Inquisition.
The assignment has been given to me, regardless of my personal interest. Celine knows you face an opponent who wields great magical power, which is far more important than her own curiosity. You will require my knowledge if you are to defeat such magic. Regardless, Corypheus is a threat to Orlais and to myself. Thus, I am not opposed to the appointment.
What skills do you have that would benefit us?
I have knowledge which falls beyond the realm of most mages. I suspect this is also true of Corypheus, thus it behooves you to add to your arcane arsenal, yes? Mundane knowledge will not bring the rift in the sky to a close, after all.
When you say knowledge beyond the realm of most mages, do you mean blood magic?
I know many obscure, forgotten, and forbidden arts. Some of it you might consider blood magic, yes? Should thought of that frighten you, allow me to offer reassurance. Knowledge alone does no harm. What I possess, I place at your disposal to make use of or ignore as you desire.
Welcome to the Inquisition, Morrigan.
A most gracious response. I shall meet you at Skyhold.
I can't believe you escaped before me. A fat count insisted on talking about soup for 15 minutes. We can return to Skyhold whenever you like. The sooner the better. Is something wrong?
I'm just worn out. Tonight has been very long.
It was a lot of foolishness. But we did strike a blow against Corypheus. We will need to put the soldiers at Skyhold on alert. Better to be safe.
Wait. There is one thing we must do before we go. May I have this dance, Lady Cassandra?
A dance? After all we've been through tonight?
Can you think of a better way to celebrate?
I suppose this isn't terrible.
Интересно. Вот капец, очень нудный вот это вот весь бал, хуял, пиздец, нудно.
The matter is urgent, Lady Josephine.
Чё?
I am well aware of that, revered mother.
We will need them to return to Val Royeaux as soon as possible. There are ceremonies, ordinations. Make us mercy.
That's quite impossible at the moment. However, I will see to this matter as soon as possible.
My Lord Inquisitor.
Чё случилось, блядь?
Please, may I have a word with you?
Just when you've solved one crisis, another springs up to take its place.
I am sorry to place this burden on your shoulders, but you are the only one who can help. With the political turmoil put to rest, our minds turn to a single question. The next divine. We cannot answer it without the left and right hands of Divine Justinia V.
I have already told you, revered mother. Lady Leliana and Seeker Cassandra cannot be spared from their duties.
But surely with the support of the Empire, the Inquisition will not be harmed by the loss of just 2 souls.
Why do you need Liliana and Cassandra?
They were Her Holiness's most trusted advisors. They represent her legacy, her hopes for peace in Thedas. They could rally the Grand Clerics to follow as no candidate from the clergy has been able to.
You must think very well of them to suggest such a thing.
Lady Liliana and Seeker Cassandra were Justinia's most trusted friends and advisors. Our late divine is still held in high esteem. To honor her, the Grand Clerics might support one of them as successor.
How long does the Chantry need them?
Several months, at least. If one of them is crowned divine, she would not be returning to the Inquisition.
Liliana and Cassandra would have to make that decision for themselves.
And they certainly will, at a later date. The Inquisitor has only just returned and has important business to attend to. You must excuse us, revered mother. Don't let them detract from your victory at Halam-Shiral. We've beaten his wardens and stopped his intrigues. Soon Corypheus will have no place to hide. Cullen is hoping to press our advantage. We'll plan our next attack when you're ready.
Какое наступление? Что за бред? О? Здорово.
Thank you for Haven. Less so for Redcliffe, but I am committed to serve your worship.
Okay. Чего? Опа.
You'll be quick, will you?
I'm a runner. They may be running.
No need for commentary. Just do your job.
This is part of my job.
It is if I say it is.
Right you are.
Oh, my maker. You cannot imagine how many letters I've received about the fracas at Halam Shiral. Fortunately, you tied twice as many threads as cut, although it is yet bewildering at the center.
There are problems coming out of Halam Shiral?
There are always problems from Halam Shiral. We've lost a few contracts, but more than made up for it. Although, if a few commendations were given, it might retie some severed threads. I couldn't suggest how. That is better decided at your war table, and I'm not going near that thing.
As you were.
We are here for you, Inquisitor. Of course. Another time.
Will you not consider it, Lady Cassandra? The clerics are still sequestered. If no one steps forward, they will debate until...
And you think I could make them agree? I've heard enough for one day, Mother Giselle.
Talk to her, your worship.
Is there a problem? It seems like she's bothering you.
Mother Giselle is kind, and she means well. So, yes, she was. I assume you've heard that Leliana and I are both candidates to be the next Divine. Because of what happened at Halam Shiral, of course, the Empire favors you. Thus, everyone close to you. So now the Chantry bandies our names about without even asking us first.
How can you and Liliana be candidates? You're not even priests.
It's not without precedent. Amar III was sister to the Emperor, and Galatea a commoner. Liliana and I were, at least, part of the Chantry hierarchy. It would be accepted.
If they'll pick non-priests, why am I not a candidate?
Because you're a man, first and foremost. If they name you a candidate, they may as well join the Tevinter Imperium. Truly, though, I imagine it's because they're frightened of you. A weight such as yours would break the Sunburst throne and tear the Chantry to pieces. I just don't know why they believe Leliana or I would be any better.
If you don't want it, then tell them so.
Surely it was never meant to be like this. The Chantry, the Circle of Magi, the Templars, this cannot be what they intended when it all began. The Chantry should provide faith, hope. Instead, it cannot veer from its course, even in the face of certain death.
I'm surprised to hear you, of all people, say that.
Oh? Am I not the same woman who declared the Inquisition against the Chantry's wishes? In all my years as a Seeker, I did what I was told. My faith demanded it. But now my faith demands something else. That I see with better eyes.
The Chantry has failed, Cassandra.
I wonder if the legions of faithful throughout Thedas would agree with you. Did you know Varric is Andrastian? Oh, he blasphemes with every second breath, but deep down he believes. His heart is virtuous. But he would never step foot in a Chantry. It should be the first place to which the virtuous turn. It needs to change. Perhaps I must be the one to change it.
You're not the only candidate. What about Liliana?
Liliana says she wishes to follow Justinia's legacy. But she and I remember a different person. Justinian knew her fellow clerics and the people would only accept so much change. Liliana would cast it all aside and start over, I think. And that would be chaos for us all.
What would you change about the Chantry?
The Circle of Magi has its place, but it needs reform. Let the mages govern themselves with our help. Let the Templars stand not as the jailers of mages, but as protectors of the innocent. We must be vigilant, but we must also be compassionate to all peoples of Thedas, human or no. That is what I would change.
Your determination is admirable.
Some men would call it an unattractive trait.
I'm not those men.
Truer words have not been spoken.
Who's using flattery now? I have influence, and I can use it to help the Chantry make up its mind.
I cannot ask you to do that.
You don't have to.
If you think that is the right thing to do, then thank you. I suppose I should not be so concerned. The clerics speak my name for now, nothing more. For now, restoring order and stopping Corypheus remain our priority.
Так в смысле? Она если свалит, то это хуёво. Чё за бред?
It's always wonderful to speak with you.
So, you're a candidate for Divine now.
So I am informed.
Is that something you actually want?
Why should what I want matter?
The idea of power doesn't appeal to you?
Ah, yes. To be embroiled in politics and have every cleric jealous of me for the rest of my life. It is very simple. The Chantry needs to survive. To do that, it must change. I have never believed in asking another to do what you are unwilling to do yourself. So I look upon this as an opportunity. I owe it to myself and all of Thedas to seek the Sunburst throne.
There are other ways you can change things.
Perhaps. I may not have a choice in the matter if the Chantry clerics pick another.
That's enough for now.
We shall speak again soon.
Окей.
Drills upon drills. Familiarity.
Inquisitor.
What's been going on?
Not much. The usual. Nice of you to ask.
Take care.
You know I've got no problem with Orlesians, but Halam Sharal was a mess. At least under the Qun, you don't get everyone tripping on each other's dicks while the country goes to crap.
Ну да, согласен, есть что-то такое.
I hate politics.
You've got a crappy job then, boss. Pleasure as always, boss.
See you later, Bo.
I didn't understand the Grand Ball. It would have been easier if they said what they wanted.
What did you think of the masks?
What masks?
The masks. Everyone had them on their faces.
Those weren't their faces.
I'll talk to you later.
If you like.
Это в смысле, на каком этапе сюжет? Я только это прошел бал орлесианцев, где там императрица, Гаспар, Мориган где-то в Скайхолде. Короче, вот так вот. Где-то тут. Ёпта. Пам-пам-пам. Так.
Raven was a cock-up, Herald, Inquisitor. But you did right by me, and others. We'll pay you back.
Want a drink? I've a hankering for company.
Чё мне? Где все?
When I was a boy, there were these urchins who roamed the streets near my father's house. One day, they found a dog. A wretched little thing. It came to them for food. They caught it, tied a rope around its neck, and strung it up. Do you know what I did?
You stopped them? Cut the dog down?
I did nothing. Not a damn thing. It was crying. I saw the kicking legs, the neck straining and twisting. And I turned around, went inside, and closed the door. I could have told my father, or alerted someone. I didn't. I just pretended it wasn't happening.
You couldn't have been the only one there, and no one else stepped in.
Doesn't make what I did any less wrong. I may as well have tied the noose myself. We could make the world better. It's just easier to shut our eyes.
Nothing worth doing is easy.
Look at you. You would have done the right thing. We're lucky there are people like you in the world. There's always some dog out there. Some fucking mongrel that doesn't know how to stay away.
Блять, и к чему это было? Ну, такая себе попойка. Ну, блин.
There must be something here.
Чего? В смысле? Что за нахуй?
The spy master has confirmed it. Blackwall is gone.
Track him down. He's needed here.
Sister Leliana had us search the warden's quarters. Not much to find, except this. It was missing from last week's reports. I don't know what Blackwall's interest in this particular matter is, but it could be a good place to start.
Нихуя не понял.
I'd be perfectly happy never again setting foot in the Winter Palace. It wasn't the gossip and backstabbing, I know what the game entails, but the indifference to it all.
Showing interest reveals weakness. Something nobles are quick to exploit.
Да, я, кстати, не ожидал такой хуйни. Интересненько. Я сначала подумал то, что Блэквелл типа съебался из-за того, что может у меня отношения с ним испорчены, но походу это какой-то этот персональный квест.
That's all for now.
Another time, then.
There are spirits hovering by the veil to observe the thrones of powerful nations, the machinations, betrayals. After our time in Halam Shiral, I understand why. I had forgotten how I missed court intrigue.
Что такое? Окей. Понял, так.
You miss court intrigue. When were you at court?
Oh, well, never directly, of course. An elven apostate is rarely invited to speak with empresses and kings. But from the Fade, I have watched dynasties form and empires grow. It is sometimes savage, sometimes noble, and always fascinating. In any event, Celine should now be a steadfast ally, especially after helping her neutralize Briala.
Если устранить. Я же имел в виду то, что они втроем будут вместе. Что-то не сработало.
I hope you know that I didn't turn over Briala lightly. If I'd had another option...
What? Why would I disapprove of... Oh, because we're both elves. I'm sorry, I was confused. I do not consider myself to have much in common with the elves.
Согласен.
Nor should you. You're not defined by the shape of your ears. They're not your people.
No, they are not. I joined the Inquisition to save the world. Regardless of who my people are, this was the best way to help them.
Если ненавистный, с кем плохие отношения или что, или кого вообще не беру с собой.
She's done good work. Hopefully with our help, she can help them even more.
Yes. However much I identify or fail to identify with her people, Briala's efforts have been remarkable. She organized resistance against a powerful enemy, using only her wits and the resources at hand. That demands respect, especially in a world where most would look at her and only see a pair of pointed ears.
Ну, типа насчет отношений, я хуй знаю, где вообще их смотреть. Типа тут вроде же как нету даже полоски. Средний персонаж. Поведение. Защита. Хуй его знает. А, вот. Это что? Нет, это ХП, по всей видимости. Окей, ладно. Да я хуй его знаю. Ну, прям, чтобы в край меня ненавидели, вроде таких персонажей нету. Вроде как. Но есть... Да я вообще редко меняю отряд. Типа, мне с кем удобно бегать, тех я постоянно беру. Это там есть, конечно, исключения в некоторых случаях, но так узнать. Я понял то, что железный бык вообще useless как персонаж, пиздец, как юнит такой калечный, я хуею.
Marvelous business, the Winter Palace. You saved an empress, and now she's eating out of your hand.
По личным предпочтениям ненавистно. Ну, вот говорю, железный бык мне как персонаж в принципе не устраивает.
Happy to oblige. A taste of home, just for you.
Not just for me. Fun for the whole family.
Perhaps I should have invited some.
We were there. That's what counts. I hope you tried the ham they were serving, by the way. Tasted of despair. It's fascinating.
I should go.
You know where I'll be.
И сэра что-то тоже такая себе пизду. Коул вроде прикольный, но я его с собой редко беру. И Вивьен. Пиздодельный дохуя.
So it's true. Some look to Cassandra or even me as Justinia's successor. I never thought the idea would gain momentum. Of course, with the other candidates out of the picture.
Is becoming divine something you really want?
When Justinia was alive, I would have laughed at anyone who even suggested that I could be her successor. Things have changed. Still, I don't know. Restoring the Chantry will be like trying to steer a sinking vessel through a storm.
Whoever becomes divine will have my support if she requires it.
And I'm sure whoever becomes divine will absolutely require the Inquisition's backing. The Chantry is faltering, but it still has influence over the people. Who tells the people what's right? Who do they look to in times of peril? A divine with enough support can change the Chantry. And with it, Thedas. But this is a discussion for later. If Corypheus wins, finding a new divine will be the least of our problems.
И чё? Долго качаться. Так купил бы себе бустеры опыта. Все дела.
A message from Divine Justinia.
That's a shock. You're all right reading it?
Thank you for the concern, Inquisitor. But I am. This message was written months, perhaps even years ago, to be delivered to me if she died. I've heard of such contingency plans. A sudden death often leaves loose ends. I'm to go to Valence, a small village on the waking sea. There is something hidden there.
Экономия времени. Бустеры опыта.
Why hide things in Valence? What's so special about it?
Justinia was revered mother at the Chantry there for many years.
Не, ну там же вроде в Одиссее, типа, если проходить прям все доп-квесты же можно прокачаться, правильно? Но это опять-таки время.
Do you know what you're looking for?
The divine was a powerful woman who used her position to obtain.
А что, пиратку нельзя взломать там, я хуй знает, на игровую валюту? Или там вообще никак бустеры это недоступны?
If I'm lucky, she will have instructions for me.
Кого, блядь? На вопрос.
You take your instructions from me. What sort of help can a dead divine give you?
I don't know. Perhaps something to do with the Chantry.
Кого верховной жрицей делает? Лилиану или Кассандру? Кассандру не хочу. Потому что типа роман, все дела, сисяо. Лилиана, да хуй знает. Ну Кассандра типа хочет стать жрицей, а это что-то хуй пойми.
Is this you asking permission to leave for a bit?
Well, yes. I can't imagine I'll be away from my post for very long. And I was hoping you would agree to come with me. Will you at least consider it? One more thing. If what is hidden in Valence is as valuable as I think, we're not going to be the only ones looking for it. I shall meet you at the Chantry in Valence. Try not to delay.
Мне почему-то всегда казалось, то, что у Лилианы в этой части длинные волосы, а они, сука, те же, что и в первой и во второй части, просто, блядь, капюшон. Из-за капюшона казались всегда то, что они длиннее. Ну да, согласен. Вот я тоже думаю за Лилиану, но видишь, в чем прикол? Там такое ощущение, что типа она не особо у нее желание стать верховной жрицей, плюс как типа Кассандра говорит то, что если Лилиана станет жрицей, то там это сам типа хаос начнется. А у Кассандры прям идеи пиздатые, то что дать как автономию кругам магов, храмовников сделать там типа не надзирателями, а защитниками простых людей, типа. Хуй знает.
My dear, I'm afraid I must ask you for
Да
help.
ну, Лилиана более верующая, хуй знает. Сильнейшая политика. Она же не политика, она более, она же шпионажем занимается. Какой она
But I've been
политика?
unable to obtain a critical ingredient. The heart of a snowy wyvern.
Лилиана крыса, я бы сказал, но не политик явно. Крысятничает там, что знаю. Ну, я... Чё надо, блядь, я все опять проебал. Чё надо? Да, я помогу.
I'll do what I can.
Thank you, my dear. I would be most grateful. I shall give the location of its lair to Cullen. Remember, my dear, I must have its heart, or the potion will not work.
Что за зелье?
I eagerly await your success.
Политик. Ну, если только в этом смысле, то да, возможно. Сердце снежно. Верно, сука.
Inquisitor, what can I do for you, darling?
Ну что, может быть, а?
Do you think that you and I might someday...
My dear, you are delightful, but that's quite impossible.
Так в смысле, она что, лесбуха, что ли, тоже, или что? Я заебался уже. Сколько раз подходил, нихуя. Так, допустим.
I need to have a few words with my publisher. The first one will be you, and the second one will be Bastard.
Нихуя
They've
себе.
claimed for years my crime serials don't sell in Orlais. So why is the Council of Heralds asking me for autographs? Sorry, distracted. Anyway, you need something?
Чего, блядь? Не понял. А. В смысле? Вивиан не романтится вообще? А нахуя тогда придумали эту шляпу?
Carry on.
Может, она романтится там за какую-то отдельную расу?
Inquisitor?
А, еще, кстати, я это... Хоука убил. Блять, Астрауда зачем-то оставил. Нахуй. Зато у меня серые стражи есть. Чё? Что такое? О, блядь, там же чертежи были, да? Я почему-то всегда думаю, то, что оттуда именно уже броня готова забирать. Так, что у нас? Кого судить будем?
First, this wasn't my idea. It is an issue born of titles and heir apparency and...
Чё в коробке?
Halam Shiral is having difficulty freeing trade routes formerly controlled by Duchess Florian.
И это я труп, да?
Had she been tried, her assets would be forfeit and considerable bureaucracy avoided. So they ask that we judge her.
Я же ее ёбнул. В смысле?
Are you serious? I did my part. She's dead.
That was the time allotted for rebuttal. Her crimes negated any claim to... Forgive me, there is an order.
Сука. Блять. Был. Ну-ка.
Strangely enough, something similar happened to an uncle of Emperor Leandra II. His trade routes were returned to the reigning monarch. Why don't we just follow suit?
A wise choice. Thank you for making it swiftly.
Так, да понятно, окей, но вариант в диалоге почему-то же есть, блядь. В смысле, если... Так я это что-то... Сестра этого Гаспара, там, императрица Орлея, я же ее сам ёбнул. Ее привезли сюда. Блядь,
bracing to be in the thick of the game again. The
судить
last
труп,
time I was at
охуеть,
Alam-Shirad was
ёбнутые.
Countess Letienne's wedding. There were a dozen affairs, 5 secret alliances,
Пиздец.
and a duel between 2 chevaliers over the vintage of an Antivan port. But until the Duchess was unmasked, I've never seen the Winter Palace in shock.
The nobility needed a shock. Corypheus played them all for fools.
Меня прикалывает то, что вот что не пиздани вот этим советникам, что Жозефина, что Калин, да, что Лилиана. Вот что им не пиздани, отношения с ним никак не портятся. Это охуенно.
You'd think the game's greatest players would spot a murderer in their midst.
As I said,
Да не, почему? Ну, скорее всего, маленький, ладно, там был бы, ну, как по типу гроба. Это чисто ящик. Я, походу, там на 2 части как-то сложили, я хуй его знаю. Я-то только это самое. Там нож в печень, никто не вечен, а она, блядь. Короче, пиздец.
Snide half-truths. Everyone's sizing up everyone else. They reminded me of home.
I completely understand the feeling, Inquisitor. Let's hope the next ball
Ебать,
either of our families hold.
это, по-моему, первый вариант ответа, который я, возможно, увидел, то, что, типа, ну, предыстория персонажа как-то влияет, блядь. До этого я, в принципе, не видел такого варианта ответа, чтобы что-то такое было. Пиздец. Ой, так. Так, сейчас главное не лохануться и не нажать.
Time to plan our next attack. What's the state of the Inquisition?
Кого, блядь? Блядь, дайте карту.
And your actions at Adamant denied Corypheus his army of pet demons. With Orlay's support, our numbers match his. Corypheus's followers must be panicking.
My agents agree. Our victories have shaken his disciples.
That's what we want. Demoralized soldiers fall first. Where is Corypheus now?
After you dealt with the Duchess, Corypheus uprooted his major strongholds. He's moving south to the Arbor Wilds. His army clearly wasn't prepared to flee. Our victories have them on the defensive.
They've terrorized Thetis long enough. We end them now. If Corypheus is hiding in the Arbor Wilds, that's where we'll go.
But what is Corypheus doing in such a remote area?
His people have been ransacking elven ruins since Haven. We believe he seeks more. What he hopes to find, however, continues to elude us.
Which should surprise no one.
Бля, где она шребила все это время?
I can assist.
Не помешай.
I'll ignore that you wandered in without knocking. You have my attention.
What Corypheus seeks in those forgotten woods is as ancient as it is dangerous.
Which is?
Левианы, что ли?
If I show you.
Серьезно, левианы? Нахуй они ему нужны? Они же вроде как-то, ну, малофункциональны. Типа путешествовать, да, можно.
Is an illuvian.
Верни моего серого стража, сука.
From a time long before their empire was lost to human greed. I restored this one at great cost, but another lies within the Arbor Wilds. That is what Corypheus seeks.
Красивый. Сука, кто я?
It's beautiful in its way.
I found legends of an elven temple within the Arbor Wilds. It proved too dangerous to approach, and thus I turned elsewhere to find my prize. If Corypheus has turned southward, he could succeed where I failed.
Так погоди, что она с серым стражем сделала, блядь?
What does it do?
Идея
A more
сынко.
appropriate question would be, where does it lead?
Сынко куда делась? Вот сучка. Да быстрее, блядь, я не уже заканчивать собирался. Ты, блядь, хуй пойми, куда ведут, блядь. Когда главный герой заходил последний раз в Оливиан, это очень хуёво кончилось. Точнее, как это просто кончилось, но продолжения как бы особо-то и не было. Ебучий случай. Блядь. Пиздец. Чё?
If this place once had a name, it has long been
Ну
lost.
да, согласен, такое уже есть.
I call it
Другую идею.
the crossroads, a place where all Illuvians join, wherever they might be.
Как насчет эльфа гея?
A useful trick.
For one who knows the way, certainly. The ancient elves left no roads, only
А,
ruins
эльф гей
hidden
тоже
in
есть,
far-flung
Зевран.
corners.
Не
This is how
прокатит.
they traveled between them. As you can see, most of the
Колдунья
mirrors are dark,
лесбиянка?
broken, corrupted, or unusable. As for the rest, a few can be opened from this side, but only.
Ебать, я помню, когда, ну, анонсировали, по-моему, игру, ну, Инквизицию, или уже что-то после этого, я помню, там, блядь, было что-то такого, я даже, ну, недословно, конечно, фразу помню, но я помню, что там было что-то связано с оргиями, блядь, что, типа, можно будет с несколькими сопартийцами, типа, в одно и то же время, ну, блядь, нихуя себе. А тут нихуя нету такого, блядь, наебалово.
How did you
Пиздец.
find out about this place?
My travels have led me to
Иена,
many strange
магичка лесбиянка, ну,
destinations,
хуй знает,
Inquisitor.
возможно.
Once
Мы
they led me
этого
here.
не узнаем.
It offered sanctuary.
Sanctuary?
Not all the mirrors lead back to our world. The ancients were nothing if not resourceful.
Гном гей. Во, гном гей. Такого я не помню. Сука.
What do you mean a few can be opened from this side?
Some of the Illuvians have been left unlocked, like doors accidentally left ajar. All others are closed. They can be opened only from beyond.
Opened how?
With a key.
Есть ключ?
I suppose
Ключ
you
есть?
have such a key?
The key can be many things. Each Illuvian is different. I have knowledge as well as power. Often that is enough.
This place isn't natural. It almost seems constructed. It's as if someone made a pocket within the Fade, with its own rules of reality. If the ancient elves could do this...
It seems remarkable that the Magisters of Tevinter could ever challenge them. Yes.
It's deteriorating. Eventually this place will simply collapse on itself.
Who can say how old it is? For now it stands, and thus retains its value.
If most of these mirrors are broken or locked, then what use are they?
This is not the Fade, but it is very close. Someone with enough power could tear down the ancient barriers.
And enter the Fade in the flesh, like Corypheus wanted to do with the Anchor.
He learned of the Illuvian in the Arbor Wilds as I did. He marshals the last of his forces to reach it.
Ой, блядь, пиздец, моя вода заебала.
You have made Corypheus desperate, Inquisitor. We must work together to stop him, and soon.
Пиздец. Обидно. Диалоги. Мне кажется, это проблема не с диалогами, скорее всего, ну, русификация, вся хуйня. Ну, в смысле, перевод. Потому что с переводом явно накосячили. Боюсь представить, что было бы, если бы в игре, в принципе, еще и русская озвучка присутствовала. Потому что я помню, что в Origins там было, ну, не то чтобы много, но косяки присутствовали. А при такой, допустим, большой работе, блядь, ну хуй знает. Косяков, так скажем, не избежать в любом случае. Ни о чем. Так в смысле? Да хуй знает. Я особо, ну, иногда что-то интересное, иногда, да, там какая-нибудь бредятина. Нудить, что-нибудь начинает, вообще пиздец. Такая скукотища. Так, седла мне не нужны, зелье здоровья не надо. Эскизы пока тоже не надо. Так, тайны. Дополнительные растения. Нахуй. Редкие травы. Хуй знает. Связи. Больше золота за вещи. Скидки. Редкие товары. Вообще хуй знает для чего эти редкие товары. Я нихуя не покупаю даже. Я обычно только продаю. Пиздол. Инквизиция. Что здесь? Вот инвентарь на 15 ячеек. Было бы неплохо. Да, пока не понял. Так, что тут у нас? Помощь Кирку? В смысле? А, Себастьян, этот дебил. Я вообще никогда не понимал, блядь, зачем во вторую часть добавили этого лучника Себастьяна? Он же, блядь, как персонаж, ну ни о чем. Как бы... Как бы там другие персонажи и то намного интереснее, нежели остальные. Фу, блядь, точнее, другие персонажи интереснее, чем этот Себастьян. Я его даже ни разу никогда не брал в этот, блядь, в отряд, кроме тех моментов, когда нужно было. Не, ну это понятно. Ему уже даже там по типу придумали историю, ну сюжет в смысле. Но сюжет-то такой себе.
Let us begin.
Да.
To work?
Let's see what we have.
Так, блять, а смысл этого DLC я так и не понял. Что вообще был в DLC? А, ну DLC... Окей, два сюжетных DLC, хорошо. Нахуй его добавляли? Ну, типа, непонятно. Так, поддержать Кассандру я пока не буду поддерживать Кассандру, потому что нахуй надо. Чё, блядь? Ебать, новые местности, вы издеваетесь, блядь? Какие нахуй новые местности? Я заебался те, что были, изучать. Ой, сука. Нахуй с ним.
Let's see what we have.
All right.
Let us begin. Inquisitor. At your service.
Inquisitor.
Inquisitor.
Так, ладно, потом. Это потом в Ферлдане ничего не появилось. Допустим. О, Мориган теперь тут. Нихуя себе. Интересненько, интересненько. Погоди, она где-нибудь вообще на карте тут есть? Нет? Да, круто. Ну-ка. Заромантить, я думаю, здесь нельзя. О, сынко, здорово.
You're the Inquisitor.
Угу. Ну да.
Mother never told me the Inquisitor was a mage.
If you can sense magic, don't ever become a Templar.
I can't. The lyrium gives me terrible nightmares.
Kieran,
Знак серого стража.
Of course not. Did you see what's on his hand, Mother?
I did see. 'Tis time to return to your studies, little man. My son. Never where you expect him to be, naturally.
I didn't know you had a son.
Why would you? I take great pains to not let my own reputation affect him in any way. To most in the Imperial Court, he's simply a quiet and well-spoken lad, perhaps the heir of some distant family. But he goes where I go. Worry not, Inquisitor. Kieran is a curious boy, but seldom troublesome.
А где папаня, а? Где папаня, блядь?
Father be joining us as well?
Сука.
Twould be most unlikely. His father helped raise Kieran for a time, but events have conspired to take him elsewhere. So 'tis but the two of us, Inquisitor. Your fortress is a large place, and you will scarce notice our presence.
Чё за нахуй? Он, блядь.
He seems like a fine young man.
But not the sort one might expect a woman like me to raise.
Я
No
не
son
это
of
имел в
mine
виду.
would be raised in a marsh, bereft of contact with the outside world. His future will be difficult enough without my adding to his burden. To think, until recently this place stood decrepit, occupied only by the desperate and the lost. Now it is party to events that threaten to shake the world. I wonder if it is pleased.
Кого?
It sounds like you've heard of Skyhold before.
This fortress was built upon the remains of a site holy to the ancient elves. They called it Tarar Salan, the place where the sky is kept. It is said that from here, they reached up to the heavens to bring them down to rest. They abandoned it, as did the humans who came after them. Bones laid upon bones, silent until your arrival.
We were lucky to have found it when we did.
Fate is often mistaken for luck, as Mother is fond of saying. The magic in this place has seeped into the stones, protecting it from darkness. Those who let it fall to ruin did not know what they possessed. You, I think, shall do it justice. You were kind to welcome my aid, Inquisitor, even knowing as little of me as you do. I will do my best to aid your cause with all the knowledge at my disposal. This I swear to you.
I appreciate whatever help you can give us.
Some might think Corypheus a madman for seeking godhood. Yet one must ask, what were the old gods? What secrets of theirs did the ancient magisters know? What I fear, what all should fear, is not that Corypheus believes he can succeed. 'Tis that he actually may.
Окей. Еще покалякаем.
Leliana gave me the note that the hero of Ferelden included for me.
В смысле, где он, блядь?
Left it sealed. A pity. You would have learned things that could make even an Orlesian blush. Now, was there anything else?
Так расскажи мне про героев Ферелдена сразу.
Now that you've seen the Inquisition up close, what are your impressions?
'Tis remarkable what you have built. I will give you that.
No.
Soldiers are camped outside Skyhold in numbers that would give any nation pause. All this in precious little time, conjured from thin air through the power of fervor alone. I wonder if Corypheus suspected what he was enabling, just as I wonder what will become of all this once he is defeated.
Да хуй его знает. Продолжим суть дела.
Whatever happens, the Inquisition will survive.
That alone is worthy of wonder. A new player on the stage, a figure of might and marvel. Beware the heights you reach, Inquisitor. When this is done, many will be eager to knock you back down.
Ну, удачи.
I'd like to know more about you.
Ah, yes. Whence comes the mystery woman slinking her way into the Inquisition's ranks? Once I was an apostate, living well away from the banal influence of the Chantry in the Kukari wilds. Then came the Fifth Blight with its darkspawn, and I left Ferelden for the Empress's court. 'Tis certain the nobles of Orlais breathe a collective sigh of relief that I am now here.
It's odd that an apostate could live so openly.
It confuses those who expect apostates to cower and hide. I stand boldly before them and demand to know why I need some Chantry mage to teach me to control my power. They would put me on a leash so they can feel safer at night. I am uninterested in their comfort. Naturally, it helps to have friends in high places.
Почему именно Орлей?
The Orlesian court seems like an odd place to find someone like you.
That was the point, originally. I knew the Empress was intrigued by the arcane and that I could answer questions no Chantry mage could. Thus, we fit together nicely. I became her advisor and she my benefactor and source of refuge. Truth be told, our arrangement would not have lasted much longer. Too many wagging tongues, even for Celine.
Пятый мор видела,
You were in Ferelden during the Blight?
The Blight began in the Kukari wilds, so yes, I experienced it firsthand. Indeed, I fought at the hero of Ferelden's side for a time. He is the reason the Blight was defeated.
Ну
We
да.
became close. Closer than I even thought possible. When I left, he pursued me. And after that, I came to Orlais. The last place one would look for me, or such was my hope.
Tell me more about your son.
He is a very special young man.
Special in what way?
In every way. At first, Kieran was a means to an end. But as he grew, I never thought of myself as a mother, Inquisitor. I had no good example to follow. I find myself becoming something I can barely recognize.
I leave you to the garden.
А то, что в нем сила или древний бог сидит, это нормально, да? Сука. Хуй с тобой. Так, чё, здесь у нас вроде как все. Поболтать больше не с кем, со всеми поболтали. Так, Кассандра, есть что поболтать?
The sight of you warms the heart.
Ага. Окей.
That's enough for now.
We shall speak again soon.
Это не та вселенная, Данил, ты что-то перепутал. Я, кстати, когда в Dragon Age Keep настраивал события первой части, там реально, что вот в первой части, ну, когда настраиваешь события первой части, второй части, там, ебать, реально можно спойлеров нахвататься, потому что там есть такие варианты, которых, вот сколько раз я не проходил их, я на такой, в принципе, даже не сталкивался с такими вариантами. То есть там, вот, допустим, если взять момент с Морриган, да, там, короче, ну, там обычные моменты, там, допустим, ну, понятно то, что отказаться, типа ребенок от Алистера, ребенок от Лагейна, ребенок, ну, имеется в виду, он же с душой древнего бога, который от архидемона переходит в этого ребенка, да? Вот. А есть еще момент, то что типа ребенок от главного героя Серого Стража, и типа он просто обычный ребенок. Там, я хуй, ну, типа, без способностей, без магических, и ебать, я такой, нихуя себе, блядь. Еще взять дополнение к Origins, это пробуждение, да? Там оказывается то, что в конце можно спасти, блядь, и город, ну, Амарантайн, и башню бдения. Я такой смотрю, нихуя себе. Я всегда выбирал что-то одно, блядь. Ну, честно, я, в принципе, охуел. Так, ладно, чё, погнали. Послушаем песенку напоследок. Чё поешь? Не, иди в жопу, только не стихи, пизду. Песню давай, блядь. Так, все, она должна же обновиться, по идее. Не понял. Кого, блядь? Что за восклицательный знак? А, подожди, я же с Сэрой не говорил, я забыл.
One for the Empress, for Gaspard, Briala, the Duchess, and Coryphus, right in the dangle bag.
Прямо в теть. Тетюльки.
Well, remind me to stay on your good side.
Don't worry, you're sparkling compared to that lot. A cook here, a footman there. What's it matter, right, so long as there's a butt for the throne? A pretty one, sure. But how many lives are worth one empress's arse? Ugh, that place. Should have just thrown in some bees and slammed the doors.
I don't know. Want to stop a party, I think you go earwigs.
I hate those things, with their little pinchy butts. Josephine should add that to her paper threats. You know the real lesson from all this? Never sleep with an empress. That, and Briala being an idiot, the whole thing would have gone different if that little piss-up wasn't in the middle.
That was a mistake on their part. It made everything worse.
Wrong way around, Inquisitor. It started worse. Lots of people died before there was a hole in the sky. That's who you're saving. If you get a chance, maybe remind them not to be idiots.
Все.
Back, yeah? Always good.
И заметил то, что только сэру можно выгнать. Всех остальных нет. Окей. И чё, блядь? Где песня? О, бля. Где это? Не понял. Cool. Мари... Кто? Не, по всей видимости, от этого. Так, все, заткнись уже, ну. Я там, походу, песни принес, нет? Мариден. Души не буктут. Ты Мариден? Нет, это же это. Да все, давай другую песню, блин.
From Haven's there is an issue that you should address. I think it's worth your time, Inquisitor.
Кого? Песню давай, блядь, нормально, чтоб качало.
What did I tell you? Good day to you.
Ничего, блядь. Не, давай что-нибудь другое. Ебаный. Да хороших стихов, пой давай, сука. Ебаный MP3-плеер. Заедает, блядь. Пой, блядь. Похуй. Ладно, пизду, на сегодня я на этом заканчиваю. Потом опять, сука, опять локацию изучать, потом всякую рутину делать. Ну, а там, глядишь, и к сюжету опять перейдем. Ёбаный в рот, как же тут много всякой хуеты ненужной. Ладно, на этом на сегодня все. Всем спасибо и до новых встреч. Пока-пока. Вот. Хух.